Chapter 674. Warlord raised his head, his tears had already stopped. Deep in his eyes, one could still see the deep pain and sorrow, but his face revealed an unwavering determination. As long as there is a trace of hope, even if Warlord's body is crushed, I will not hesitate. I just want to see the famous Taurus army of the past, if there are any seeds left, if there is any hope of reviving it. The attack that was dismembered by Chen Zilin entered Lun's body, but it did not move the man in the slightest. Warlord's face was gloomy as he requested to see Sai Lei, who did not reject him. Sai Lei's words caused Warlord, who was about to turn, to stop. Is that so? Sai Lei replied lazily, they are just doing their duty, to protect my safety. Is there a problem? But your honorable army's actions are not friendly. Warlord choked. No one spoke, the vast wilderness was dead silent, only the wind blew past, dispersing the heat emitted from the Frost Mountain soldiers. Suddenly, rumble rumble. I will join. Warlord could no longer care about anything else. He knelt down on the ground and begged Sai Lei. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Please let me join, regardless of the conditions, I will join. I want to revive the Taurus army. I want to revive the Taurus army. The Taurus constellation exploded like a volcano. They were all enraged, scolding and shouting that they would teach Tang Tian a lesson. This army is already one of your strongest armies. Sai Lei acted as though he did not see Warlord's expression, and continued, to be defeated in one round. Oh, I cannot underestimate you, maybe you can hold on for 2 rounds. Those who offend the diplomatic group, kill them. Sai Lei's eyes became cold. He said indifferently, what does the life or death of the Taurus constellation have to do with me? Don't talk about the Yifan family, I did not find trouble with them, and they should be thanking the heavens. If you are still immersed in the glory of your ancestors, then there is no need for us to talk. A broken family that is destined to die, don't waste my time. But this was the Taurus constellation, it was their territory. Not everyone can understand you, maybe you will be mocked, you might lose your current position, lose everything, but in the end, it will all be for naught, and you will not gain anything. The sound of footsteps broke the silence. Alan dropped this sentence in a low voice, and without looking at Jerome, he turned around and returned to the team. Welcome. My God. What happened to His Highness? This is too embarrassing. You can revive the Taurus army? Amidst the seemingly solidified silver, a mountain-like figure slowly walked forward. Brad's mouth was filled with bitterness. He wanted to loudly refute the other party, but when the thousands of words reached his throat, they seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't say anything. He felt a fire burning in his chest. All the compromises and insider information he knew were like tongues of flame licking at his heart. Lun looked at the messy enemies in front of him without saying a word. He maintained a defensive stance. The entire army maintained the same offensive stance. This was to increase the pressure on the enemies. Lun stopped when he was still 100 feet away from his opponent. Pa! The tip of the silver broadsword sank into the soil. Sai Lei's voice came from above. Your actions are provoking us. Brad stared at Sai Lei, his tone cold. Brad's entire body trembled, he raised his head in disbelief, and stammered, the Taurus army. Revive the Taurus army. That was Lun. Sai Lei looked at Brad in shock. She never thought that in the Taurus constellation that she thought was rotten beyond redemption, there would actually be someone who held on to his dreams, and was willing to disregard everything and throw away his dignity to beg for his dreams. They just wanted to quickly welcome your side, but were attacked by your side. Furthermore, this is the Taurus constellation. Brad said expressionlessly, what do we need to do, whose permission do we need? Sai Lei ignored him, and muttered to herself, but, what does that have to do with me? Whether the Taurus army revives or not, it has nothing to do with me. Damn it. She stood in the carriage and stared at Brad. The soldiers had not recovered from the shock, and Jerome's pupils that had lost focus had regained some of their spirit. Sai Lei was moved, seeing Brad's agitated and uncontrollable face, she secretly sighed in her heart. Everyone looked over in shock, seeing Brad who had lost control of himself. After a moment of silence, they went into an uproar. Their faces revealed expressions of embarrassment, anger, disdain, shame. Some of them could not help but use their sleeves to cover their faces. He was incoherent, he sobbed silently, his tears falling onto the ground. Sai Lei's words were like a sword that pierced into Brad's chest. Brad's face turned green and red, a strong impulse surged in his heart, and he turned and left. Jerome's face was pale white. He was not a mediocre person. The temperament of the enemy in front of him caused his heart to tremble in fear, and he actually could not muster up any courage to resist. At the moment, his heart was filled with shame and defeat. The Bullhorn army that he had painstakingly trained was actually unable to withstand a single blow, and was defeated by a nameless army in one move. They are here to humiliate us. They do not have any sincerity at all. Without any sincerity, we will not be able to exchange for anything. If this goes on, we will only be humiliated by them for nothing. A straight sword scar appeared in front of the Bullhorn army. It was the same silver color, but they were clearly separated, causing all of the Taurus men who witnessed the scene to feel pain in their eyes. They wanted to close their eyes, but it was as though the scene was magical. They were unable to do so, and could only watch in a daze. You came here, just to humiliate us. Brad's face was flushed red. He squeezed the words out from his teeth, his eyes spewing fire. This is. Brad did not feel anything. He only had Sai Lei in his eyes, and asked excitedly, "You can truly revive the Taurus army?" Jerome's blood surged to his head. His face was flushed red, to the point that blood was about to seep out. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with anger. It was as though the line was drawn in his heart. The other party is warning us not to cross that line. But Alun did not let his guard down. If not for the fact that they were in the other party's territory, he would definitely have used the opportunity to kill them, and completely eliminate the other party, completely killing the danger in its cradle. Sai Lei laughed sweetly, and spoke with a profound meaning. "You guys begged me to come." Sai Lei interrupted Brad. She glanced at him, and revealed a faint ridicule. "You want me to leave now? That's great. I am very tight on time. I still have a few experiments to do. If the Taurus constellation does not welcome me, I will immediately return. Everyone, do not waste time. Are you guys destined to die? Did you hear what they said? I only have a thought in my mind. For a thought, is it worth it for you to do this?" They were at a loss. Fear, shock, loss, despair, defeat were written all over their faces. Their expressions were sluggish, and their lips were trembling. Even the 10 saints who had blocked the 3-step kill were all silent at this moment, their arms trembling non-stop. She had only seen such passion in the Ursa Major constellation, and she had once thought that it was a temperament that only the Ursa Major constellation had. "It is just a thought of mine," Sai Lei said honestly. "The Taurus army has been dead for too many years. Whether or not it can revive, I do not know. The most important thing for the Taurus army is the gold armor. I have some thoughts about it, but you know, just the armor alone is not enough." The agitated Brad continued to walk towards Sai Lei. Kai. His body was suddenly covered with crisscrossing small wounds, blood splattered everywhere. Meng Ta and the rest sealed chi was as sharp as knives. Brad suddenly rushed forward. He was extremely agitated, every muscle in his body was trembling. But when he took half a step, he was locked down by the biting cold killing intent. Meng Ta and the rest who were beside the carriage stared at Brad with unkind expressions. Alun's pupils were as deep as a bottomless abyss. Such a reckless and flamboyant attack did not cause any ripples in the abyss. "You're wrong, this is the Taurus constellation, just that it is now," Sai Lei said lazily. "With the current state of the Taurus constellation, it is hard to say how many years it can last. I only have one goal for coming to the Taurus constellation. Revive the Taurus army? Such a nonsensical thing. Your Highness actually believes it to be true. You are too naive." In that moment, he was at a loss, and did not know what to do. Brad raised his head. He did not avoid Sai Lei's gaze. Like a soldier, he replied loudly, "There is no price to pay for not having a dream. I am willing to pay any price." His wrist that was holding onto the silver broadsword trembled. Kai, the sharp sword aura effortlessly cut through the ground, like a paper knife cutting through a piece of paper. It extended far into the distance. Resolute and fearless, valiant and calm, the style of a great general. Jerome's heart trembled. There was a regiment of flames burning in his eyes. Although the enemy's general's face was sluggish and shocked, the soldiers' faces were filled with fear and numbness. It showed that the army had already lost its fighting strength. Tilda, not everyone is willing to sink and rot. Tilda Brad's body that was lying on the ground trembled, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, those words were as sharp as blades. He did not move at all, like a statue, he did not care. Because of Chen Zilin's existence, he could try out some dangerous and powerful attacks, and the 3 steps kill was one such masterpiece. He had absolute trust in Chen Zilin, causing the two of them to have a tacit understanding. Without any worries, Alun was like a ferocious beast. The perseverance and bravery of the Lupus man was displayed vividly and vividly. Humiliate you guys? No no no. Sai Lei stood up, she stood on the carriage and looked down, her face revealing an indescribable ridicule. Are you guys worth my humiliation? You guys have nothing, and even the wealth that your ancestors have left for you is starting to run out. You guys are wearing patched gowns, and still lie to yourselves with a straight face, saying that it is the same as in the past, so luxurious and elegant. These people, are you guys worth my humiliation? That's right. Does your highness think that he is the only one who cares about the Taurus constellation? To be so disrespectful, that is not right. She raised her hand, signaling Meng Ta and the rest to not make a move. Brad laughed in anger. Oh, don't tell me the Ursa Major constellation wants to dip their fingers into my Taurus constellation. Although Miss Sai Lei is our esteemed guest, but there is a limit to our tolerance. Chapter 675. Returning to his residence, Crane thought about Sagittarius constellation. No matter what, the Empress was his own aunt. Sagittarius constellation was like a weaker version of Leo constellation in the 12 ecliptic palaces. They were strong in battle, but their resources and economy were not outstanding. As for his aunt, she basically didn't care about politics at all. Seeing Ling Shu, who had completely gone berserk, Tang Tian immediately kept the star treasures and slipped away, while Crane and Jing Hao were long gone. Tang Tian looked at the floating star treasures in front of him complacently. They were all Leo constellation star treasures. The densely packed star treasures were all dazzling with enchanting light auras, the majority of them had a faint gold color, and the dazzling gold star treasures numbered up to 15. The war was about to enter an extremely bitter stage. In their eyes, although Andre and the rest were valiant and extraordinary, but compared to Leon, who personally created the huge empire, they were still lacking. Countless snow-white figures shuttled back and forth between the mountains, like agile white cranes, causing the students to palpitate with excitement, their hearts yearning. They gradually found the knack to upgrade the star treasures. 200 pieces, none of them were gold star treasures, but currently, 15 of them were gold star treasures, the remaining 180 star treasures, half of them had stepped into the pseudo-gold rank, and the remaining half were all silver quality. Honorable Martial Alliance is not only the enemy of Ursa Major constellation, it is the enemy of the entire Heaven's Road. It was formed to prepare for the sacred Saint Galaxy to attack Heaven's Road. We have continuously inquired about the opening time of the Star Door, and finally had some results. 10 years later, the sacred Saint Galaxy will open the Star Door to Heaven's Road, and the war between the two worlds will be unavoidable. Heaven's Road is rich in spirits, and is destined to become their land of plunder. The 12 ecliptic palaces had a long history, and were rich and powerful, but in the recent 100 years, the most dazzling constellation was definitely Leo constellation. Today was the first day of school in Heavenly Crane Academy. The great clan elder muttered to himself, he never thought that in his lifetime, he would be able to personally witness such a scene. Even if he were to die now, he would be able to rest in peace. Jing Hao consoled himself. After finishing, he wrote another letter to the great clan elder, recording down his recent enlightenment on the Crane sect's martial techniques in detail. The entire constellation system of Heaven's Road was built on star treasures, and its importance was without a doubt. 2 lunatics. Crane looked at the 2 people who were making a fuss, and covered his face as he could not bear to watch. These 2 fellows, can't they be more normal? It will lower the image of our Ursa Major constellation and the Shang continent. The others were all dumbfounded. Tang Tian felt that his idea was a complete mess. Beside him were Ling Shu, Jing Hao and Crane. The few of them were so tired that they could not even move their fingers, lying paralyzed in the sea of energy, motionless like corpses. The few of them had been forced by Tang Tian to work on the secret treasures, so they were all exhausted. Crazy Tang, Why don't we set up an ambush on his path and kill Lei Yang? The great elder looked down at the foot of the mountain with a smile. The Crane sect deeply felt Tang Tian's care, and decided to establish the Heavenly Crane Academy, and publicly impart the Crane sect's martial techniques to the Ursa Major constellation. Only he can go back. Crane's face was filled with helplessness. That fellow's mental illness is incurable, but I heard that Lei Yang is not normal either. I hope they do not fight. That scene is too beautiful, I do not dare to think about it. And the one who gave it was Lei Yang. He brought his companions, cut through the thorns and thorns, entered deep into dangerous situations, and established the current Leo constellation. Such glory could be compared to any hero in history. He was hailed as the Lion King, and others called him Heavenly Emperor Lei Yang. The Heavenly Crane Mountain was as precipitous as a sword. The side of the mountain looked as though it was sliced off by a sword. It was as smooth as a mirror. On it were the words Heavenly Crane Academy. They were lively and lively, as though they were riding the wind. When the Lion King Lei Yang ruled the world, he was not even born yet, and grew up listening to the legendary hero's glorious achievements. It was not only him. When Jing Hao and the rest thought about the Lion King Lei Yang, they could not help but become quiet. With the last sentence, Tang Tian's expression was filled with ferocity. That's right, ancestor above, protect my Crane sect. Has he been acting weird recently? Jing Hao muttered. He was from the Honorable Martial Alliance, and had a deeper understanding of Lei Yang, the number one enemy of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The opening of the Heavenly Crane Academy had caused an uproar in the Ursa Major constellation. In the past, no one knew of the Crane sect's decline, but the current Crane was one of the big shots of the Ursa Major constellation. Bear King Tang Tian had personally admitted that he had trained in the Crane sect's martial techniques, adding that the Crane sect's martial techniques were natural and unrestrained. The young people flocked to it like ducks. He did not have many Leo constellation star treasures. Even if he allowed the Ursa Major constellation to secretly purchase them, he only had 200 pieces, and most of them were of ordinary quality. Leo constellation's star treasures were rarely passed down. Lei Yang's subordinates were a group of battle maniacs. Their desire for the treasures was extremely strong, and with so many people, it was not enough for them to digest. If the star treasures were to be placed in Heaven's Road, it would definitely shake the entire Heaven's Road. To the Leo constellation, it was already considered a strategic grade of resources. Star treasures were the foundation of any constellation's fighting strength. Even the spirit treasures used by saints were refined from star treasures. 15 gold rank star treasures, every commander could have one, and just this point would allow the Leo constellation's fighting strength to rise to a new level. The great clan elder was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, Crane is so young, and has been fighting endlessly outside, to help our Crane sect win this blessed land. We cannot stay behind and enjoy our blessings with a clear conscience. The disciples of the Crane sect, as long as they have the strength of a gold-ranked martial artist, they must go to the various armies. The future of the Ursa Major constellation, the future of my Crane sect, requires us to work together to protect it. At this point, both parties did not have any space to retreat or compromise, because both parties already completely understood the other party's intentions and their own situation. The news that they came from Heaven's Road was most likely known by the Honorable Martial Continent, and following that, they would definitely launch a devastating attack on the Shang continent. And as the representative of the Honorable Martial Continent in Heaven's Road, the Honorable Martial Alliance's retaliation against the Ursa Major constellation would be unprecedentedly ferocious. Jing Hao trembled. He had never felt that he was a coward, but compared to Crazy Tang, he was still lacking. Tilda all right, there will always be a difference between a normal person and a crazy young man. Tilda Sagittarius constellation had people guarding 3 Spirit City, and the letter could quickly be sent to the Empress. Below the mountain gate, there was a hubbub of voices. The explosive scene caused the entire Crane sect to laugh from ear to ear. No one expected for it to be so explosive. The entire Crane sect seemed to have moved out. When Lei Yang sees all these treasures, he will definitely be dumbstruck. No one cared about him. No, fight, I want to fight. Which one of you will fight with me? Where is he? After a moment, Jing Hao, who had recovered from the shock, asked curiously, will this method really work? The surrounding people all felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts. The decline of the Crane sect seemed to have happened yesterday, and no one was willing to return to it. Following his continuous improvement of the Crane sect's martial techniques, the Crane sect became stronger at an astonishing speed. The Crane sect followed the traditions of the ancient sects, although their martial techniques had changed beyond recognition, but the traditions did not disappear, and the disciples' foundations were extremely sturdy and deep. When Crane found the true teachings and sent them to the Crane sect once again regained their confidence and hope. The Crane sect that had been silent for hundreds of years had an even stronger desire. Pierce them to death, pierce them to death, pierce them to death. Everyone was deeply moved, thinking about the scene of Tang Tian and Lei Yang fighting. Ling Shu, who had jumped up, immediately fell into a berserk state without any warning. He was extremely excited, his eyes lit up, his orange pupils burning with flames. He was completely ignited by Tang Tian's words. He could not wait to kill his way into Leo constellation. Tang Tian's idea was too awesome. That was Lei Yang, that was the Lion King. If I can defeat him, I will definitely be the strongest martial artist in the world. Crazy Tang hoped to unite with the 12 ecliptic palaces and fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance together. Crane had carefully analyzed Crazy Tang's plan and felt that the possibility of success was very high. Because Crazy Tang had a bargaining chip that no one else could provide and could strengthen star treasures. But no one dared to look down on Sagittarius constellation. The Empress, who did not care about politics, was actually one of the strongest martial artists. Kill Lei Yang. Flatten Leo constellation. He started to write a letter to his Empress aunt, suggesting for her to send a batch of Sagittarius constellation star treasures to 3 Spirit City, suggesting for her to cooperate with Ursa Major constellation, analyzing the pros and cons, and explaining the history of the Honorable Martial Alliance in detail. Has Crazy Tang already thought of that? Crane did not know what kind of influence he could have on his aunt, but he still earnestly finished writing the letter. Yes. Everyone bowed. It is all thanks to Crane. All of the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance were filled with fear towards the Lion King, even though the Lion King was gradually getting old. He even knew that the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance always had a saying, that when the Lion King died, it would be the best time to attack the Leo constellation. Writing till here, Crane suddenly realized, the war between them and the Honorable Martial Continent, including Heaven's Road and the Honorable Martial Alliance, had entered a whole new stage. Crane roused himself and continued to write. It's not a big deal. Tang Tian snorted, his eyes flashing with a strange light aura. If he does not agree, we will do it alone. If he is up to no good, we will defeat him. Ling Shu's blood was boiling, every pore on his body was releasing a scorching fighting intent. He was in a state of madness. If the 12 ecliptic palaces were the most dazzling constellations in Heaven's Road, then Leo constellation was like the sun, radiating with boundless radiance. No one had the confidence to convince such a powerful existence. Among the armies of Ursa Major constellation, a legendary name was born, Sword Envoy Crane. The revival of the Crane sect is the fortune of my generation. Crane knew of Crazy Tang's plan. Ursa Major constellation had a dense energy concentration, and Tang Tian had trained in the Crane sect's martial techniques in the past, so Crane held an important position in Ursa Major constellation, and the Crane sect was living a comfortable life. They were like sponges that greedily absorbed nourishment. The strict rules and atmosphere of the sect also won them more respect. Ling Shu was startled for a moment, then started to look around, looking for an opponent to fight with. Crazy Tang, I will hide behind you, and listen to you smashing the cup as a signal. I will stab him to death with my spear. The mountain gate was filled with people. It should be useful, but we will only know after we meet Lei Yang. Tang Tian scratched his chin. In truth, he was not too sure. Jing Hao had the same feeling. Are we really going to let him go and negotiate with Lei Yang? Chapter 676. All of the commanders revealed their brilliance. All of these battle maniacs were not only unafraid of war, but were instead filled with fanaticism towards war. What support? The firepower that they could control from the warship weapons could easily reach 3 times of the highest standard firepower of the warship weapons. Such an astonishing number. If it truly appeared in the hands of a war general, it would completely topple the state of war. Tang Tian was startled. No one liked to be suppressed by others, furthermore it was the high and mighty Saint unit. The entire Saint unit was filled with the thirst to prove their worth. Hearing Tang Tian's orders, they could not help but clench their fists tightly, filled with fighting spirit. Tang Tian glanced back at them complacently. Everyone who personally witnessed the scene were overwhelmed with shock. Even the slowest person knew that something important had happened in Ursa Major constellation. The commanders were surprised. Since the start, Bing had always been the commander of all the battles, and Tang Tian had never interfered in the battles. He had always fought at the front lines, relying on his powerful individual strength. They were in their prime. How could they be willing to fall behind? Everyone's spirits were roused. They started to plan in their hearts. It was not realistic to rely on Ursa Major constellation to fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance. Although Ursa Major constellation's strength had grown a lot in the past 2 years, but if not for Leo constellation dragging the Honorable Martial Alliance, their days would definitely not be so good. Everyone's eyes started to release a green light aura. Since the start, the Saint unit had been rather idle. In Ursa Major constellation, the Saint unit's treatment was extremely good. The various training conditions were the most outstanding. There were no harsh conditions, attracting many independent saints to join, and in the past few years, the Saint unit had been expanding rapidly. But they did not dare to make any rash moves. The current Three-Spirit City had long been forged by Ursa Major constellation like an iron bucket. Ever since the ambush, Three-Spirit City had been combed through countless of times inside and out. Bing was quiet. Yes. Zero-energy bodies are naturally suited for warships. They are immune to energy attacks. The might of our warships will far exceed theirs. Tang Tian was excited, but suddenly he became quiet. It is just that this road is not easy to walk on. It is very dangerous. The others all nodded their heads. The meeting room immediately exploded. Many people revealed looks of opposition. Some even stood up to stop it. Han Bingning, who had been staying at the back, suddenly stepped forward. We request to go. Three-Spirit City had already become one of the most famous and important cities of the Ursa Major constellation, but this important city had welcomed many important figures. Tang Tian suddenly asked. Bing did not shift his gaze. He had complete confidence in Tang Tian. Last time, Tang Tian's words made him suddenly see the light, and also made him suddenly realize that Tang Tian was not as ignorant as he thought he was. The core members of the Saint unit replied, yes. All of the hidden scouts knew that something big was about to happen in Three-Spirit City. Let's not talk about it, but let's take out some of the materials and treasures from the sanctuary first. Tang Tian's mind began to overflow with evil ideas. He racked his brains. Let's make a name for ourselves. We can hold an auction or something to earn some money first. How would these constellations be willing to let us eat alone, and will definitely run over to ask for cooperation? At this time, what would the Honorable Martial Alliance do? The meeting room quietened down. In the silence, only a Maori laughed heartlessly. Crazy Tang, you truly are loyal. If the Honorable Martial Continent knows of our identity, then the Honorable Martial Alliance will attack us regardless of the cost. This attack will definitely be crazy and irrational, because that means that their identities will be exposed, and they will become the enemies of the entire Heaven's Road. They have no path of retreat, they have to attack. And at the same time, we have a passage to the sacred Saint Galaxy, which will also be exposed. Our actions in Wuan Star cannot be hidden from the Honorable Martial Alliance. Tang Tian's expression suddenly became fierce, his killing intent soaring. No one tried to persuade him. Tang Tian nodded his head. You will arrange for the garrisoned army. Other than that, the entire Saint unit will move to Wuan Star, and be prepared to fight at any time. Three-Spirit City was heavily guarded, unprecedentedly heavily guarded. The teams that constantly patrolled the streets, the various hotels and residences were all checked over and over again, something that had never happened before in the history of Three-Spirit City. The few star doors near Three-Spirit City were under strict surveillance, and the nearby garrisoned armies were all on standby, entering a state of battle. Attack Wuan Star, and seize the passage entrant. Tang Cho said without hesitation. One by one, the authoritative figures of the Ursa Major constellation walked out of the heavily guarded star door: Long Shou Jing, Ta Dun, Flute, Adrian, Xiao Wu. But the military conference was directly related to their future strategies, and they needed to settle it before Bing left the Shang continent. So it's like that. Tang Tian scratched his chin. He suddenly thought of an idea that he had in the past, and his eyes lit up. Let Han Bingning and the rest go, and gather all the gold-ranked martial artists with zero energy bodies. Let Song Didi's awakened army go and receive them. When they heard of Tang Tian's idea, they were immediately moved. But, in Ursa Major constellation, the most popular was not the Saint unit, but the armies. Every army was deeply respected by the citizens, while the Saint unit was rarely known. All of these armies had outstanding achievements, and most of the situations were handled by the armies. Bing's time was tight. He was about to take charge of the various continents to reform the armies and wipe out the pirates, which was the most crucial step for them to grasp the Southern Alliance. If they could complete this step smoothly, the entire Southern Alliance would be under their control. But this step was not so easy to complete. Even if they had star treasures in their hands that no one could replace, it was still an extremely difficult and gigantic project. Tang Tian looked at his comrades that had been together since Wuan Star. Seeing the flames in everyone's eyes, it was as though time had returned to the time when he was still in the academy. He suddenly laughed and patted his chest. Relax, I will lead the way, haha, everyone can fight together again. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or soldiers, only through battle could they prove their worth, and only through victory could they obtain respect. We will wait for them at Wuan Star. The old and experienced Liang Qiu also said, we can't help much here. We might as well go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, although there are risks, but if we succeed, then we will be powerful. It is worth the risk. A military conference that concerned the future of Ursa Major constellation was being held, and almost all of the core members and commanders of the various armies were present. Aren't we Honorable Martial Alliance? Bing could not help but ask. A Maori stood up and said, Crazy Tang, so what if it's dangerous? Where isn't it dangerous? They were the first batch of people to undergo energy transformation in Ursa Major constellation, and their strengths were at the gold-ranked martial artist level. After the energy transformation, their coordination with the armies became even more difficult. Ursa Major constellation had always hoped to build an army with zero energy bodies, but until now, it was still in the experimental phase. Zero energy bodies? Bing was startled, but he quickly reacted. You want them to pilot the warships? Even the Saint unit is moving out. Is this a decisive battle? Bing explained his requirements. Although the Saint unit was excited, but the atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became serious. All of the commanders subconsciously straightened their backs. Their sensitivity towards war far surpassed the Saint unit, and they could feel the aura of a huge battle. Which constellations? Tang Tian scoffed. No, we will first release the existence of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Tell them that we have found a passage to a new world. Instead, controlling the warships attracted their interest. I need support. Bing suddenly spoke up. He looked at Tang Tian and threw out his own question. Although we have already confirmed the Southern Alliance's military reform plan, but the strength we have is too weak, and just relying on the Swift Army and the Skull unit is far from enough. And with the strength of these two armies, to reach the true core, we still need a long time. The Honorable Martial Continent will not give us that much time. I need some fighting strength that can be used immediately. Tang Chou's cold voice resonated in the meeting room. The strategic significance of Wuan Star, once the enemy finds out about it, without question, they will attack Wuan Star with all their might, and seize the passage from our hand. I suggest that we increase the number of soldiers stationed in Wuan Star. To us, Wuan Star's strategic position cannot be lost. Which constellations should we ally with first? Tang Chou asked. The truth had proven that the zero-energy body was truly immune to the energy attacks brought by the warship weapons. His intuition towards battles was extremely sharp. Even on a large-scale battlefield, he possessed it. It was just that, Crazy Tang's logic was extremely unique. But even Bing had to admit, although Tang Tian's logic was as crazy as his personality, but he still had his own logic. All of these strange logic permeated Tang Tian's extremely sensitive intuition towards battles. What made him even more different from ordinary people's logic was always so unexpected, to the point that even his own people were dumbstruck. Bing was looking forward to the expressions of the people from the Honorable Martial Alliance. Sai Lei had obtained the Sacred Saint Galaxy's warship blueprints, and it was as though he had obtained a treasure. Tang Tian had brought a large number of warship weapons, giving Sai Lei the opportunity to conduct a large number of experiments, and Bing Ning and the rest had participated in many of Sai Lei's experiments. The two of them exchanged glances as though there was no one else present. Bing could not take it anymore, and coughed lightly. Then we will arrange everything that we need to do. Tang Tian extended his hand out to stop everyone from speaking, and said calmly and firmly, "From today onwards, no place is safe. In Heaven's Road, we in the Honorable Martial Alliance and the Temple, in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, we in the Honorable Martial Continent have entered the decisive stage. At any time, anywhere, it will be dangerous. As for leading the way, I have already taken a trip. Other than me, who else can go? If we can be sent to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, then our strength in the Sacred Saint Galaxy will have a qualitative change. This bet, we have to take it." Tang Tian's evil thoughts flowed out uncontrollably. "We cannot leak out any information. The Honorable Martial Alliance thinks that we have not investigated their background, and will probably look for us to cooperate on the surface. If they want to buy, we will sell, since they have money. If they want to cooperate, we will agree to them." After that. Chapter 677. That feeling of meeting his own kind, of meeting a competitor, caused the competitive spirit that had been dormant in his heart for many years to awaken. His face did not change as he laughed. He looked around, and casually said, "Is this Three-Spirit City? The number 1 mechanical city in Heaven's Road? I have heard of it for a long time. Nephew, you have to bring me around." The entire Heaven's Road's attention was completely attracted to Ursa Major constellation, as almost every constellation had sent out their own representatives to rush towards Ursa Major constellation day and night. In any constellation, in any route, they would meet a large number of people heading towards Ursa Major constellation. Many of them were free, idle, ambitious, and had outstanding strength. All of them would rush towards Ursa Major constellation without hesitation, hoping to find gold in the tide. But the mechanical army could be replenished endlessly. No. Pai Pa shook her head. The martial spirit inside the mechanical spirit weapons is a support type. It is able to control true power more intricate and complicated, allowing the martial artist's attention to be placed more on the battle itself. Lei Yang frowned. It replaces the martial artist to fight? Everyone knew that Ursa Major constellation had already gained the upper hand in the future competition. As long as the future Ursa Major constellation was able to protect their foundation, the position of Heaven's Road's overlord would not have any suspense. But as Pai Pa's introduction continued to deepen, his expression became more and more serious. He had been through hundreds of battles, and his understanding of battles was far more profound than ordinary martial artists and generals. The existence of mechanical spirit weapons allowed complicated battles to become even simpler, and the requirements for the fighters became even lower. On the mechanical spirit weapons, there were bright red numbers. Nothing was more convincing than the real thing, and everyone completely believed that at the end of Heaven's Road, there was a completely different world from Heaven's Road. This caused everyone to discuss fervently. Everyone was filled with curiosity. What was the new world like? How long does it take to groom a qualified mechanical martial artist? Lei Yang asked. Tang Tian did not think too much about it. Since they wanted to tour, he generously brought Lei Yang to tour the base. But even though he said that he was leading, in truth, Pai Pa was still in charge of explaining. The news spread like lightning throughout Heaven's Road. All the citizens of the constellations were excited by the sensational news, and the discussion about the new world became the hottest topic. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and instead, his competitive spirit was aroused. His territory had long stabilized, his name had spread far and wide, and even the Honorable Martial Group did not dare to offend him. After so many years, how many people in front of him were able to speak a single word so fluently? He had long been used to intimidating the world with his king's prestige. Even the Honorable Martial Alliance was beneath him. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. He looked down on those guys from the bottom of his heart. Pai Pa explained, "Yes. After a large amount of research on martial spirits, we classified the strength of the martial spirits. We have adopted the most common 3-tier system of gold, silver, and bronze. A silver-ranked martial soul meant that their intelligence had already reached the level of a silver martial artist. However, because we have chosen fighting souls, they have rich combat experience and strong instincts, so their power will be stronger. Although a traditional army was strong, but that was the result of carefully selecting countless people. And once the war entered a stalemate, the soldiers would continue to be expended, and the army would not be able to replenish itself, and its strength would continue to drop. The Ursa Major constellation that was established from the flames of war had never been afraid of war. Challenging the tradition had long become their habit. Even if their current enemy was the true ruler of Heaven's Road, they were still fearless. They were like their king, as though they never knew fear or dread. He was not anxious about the journey, but it was the best time to accurately assess Ursa Major constellation's strength. After the meeting ended, the entire Ursa Major constellation started to operate like a machine. Every core member that participated in the meeting had a serious expression, but also a tinge of excitement. But the Tang Tian in front of him made him feel the same aura as him. Everyone around did not have any reverence in their hearts. When the two of them spoke, no one dared to make a sound. Lion King Lei Ang was as dazzling as the sun. His entire body naturally emitted a pressure that seemed to cause the air to burn. And Tang Tian, when he stood beside Lei Ang, was not the least bit inferior. Lei Ang's powerful aura did not affect him at all. He was at ease and calm. He could not help but think about his sons. He initially thought that Andre and the rest were already outstanding enough, but after seeing Tang Tian, he finally understood the disparity between Andre and the other party. But, at the bottom of the carriage, Tang Tian was actually waiting. Almost everyone was optimistic that Ursa Major constellation would become the future overlord of Heaven's Road. If it was any other planet, everyone would be worried, but to Ursa Major constellation with their outstanding military achievements and famed generals, to snatch away the big cake from their hands, how much blood would they have to pay? Ursa Major constellation then announced that they would be holding an auction to auction off the gains from the new worlds, and any powerhouses or constellations could participate. Ursa Major constellation was packed with people, especially Bearhead City where the auction was held. It was unprecedentedly lively. Countless people came from afar, just to have a look. Tang Tian did not immediately leave Three Spirit City. It was destined to be a long and difficult battle, regardless of whether it was the Honorable Martial Alliance or Temple, or the Honorable Martial Continent. They were already matured colossi, and had deep accumulations. Lei Ang took a deep breath. He knew what it meant. Along the way, Lei Ang's heart became more and more shocked, until he noticed a figure running back and forth on the training grounds. He subconsciously stopped. His calm and emotionless face finally changed. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The base was expanding every day, with all sorts of new technologies emerging, many of which Tang Tian was already unfamiliar with. A lion would never be friends with a wolf. After the meeting in Three Spirit City, it seemed to have regained its peace. The tight security was withdrawn, and the garrisoned armies also quickly retreated to Ursa Major constellation. All the signs pointed to the fact that the future focus of Ursa Major constellation would once again shift from Three Spirit City to Bearhead City. At the start, Lei Ang had an expression of interest. Mechanical weapons were a new and novel thing to the Leo constellation. The Leo constellation did not have a mechanical army, and all the unique mechanical spirit weapons made him feel fresh. Silver-grade martial spirit. Lei Ang interrupted Pai Lei Ang had been observing Tang Tian from the start. The surprise and shock in his heart was far from the calmness he displayed on his face. He could see the fearlessness in the young man's clear eyes, the burning fighting spirit, the disdain towards power. It was as though he was looking at himself when he was younger. All of the hidden scouts were suddenly enlightened. The previous 2 days of tight security was actually because the Ursa Major constellation was discussing about the new world. It was different from the previous conflicts with the Honorable Martial Alliance. It was a battle to the death without any leeway, and the degree of bitterness was enough to cause people's scalps to go numb. But to the ambitious youths of the Ursa Major constellation, they viewed it as an extremely good opportunity. Their thirst for battle, their yearning for achievements, their longing for the future, compared to the old generals with stable positions and authority, was even more intense. 2 days later, a piece of news shocked Heaven's Road. The Ursa Major constellation had announced that they had discovered a new world. Three-Spirit City, which had regained its peace, once again became lively. Three-Spirit City was currently Heaven's Road's mechanical city, where countless of mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists gathered. A large number of free mechanical engineers stayed there. On one hand, there were many of the same profession, and they could exchange pointers, and on the other hand, mechanical engineers required a large amount of materials to create mechanical weapons, and Three-Spirit City had all sorts of materials. As long as you had money, you could easily buy all sorts of materials. The true strength of the Ursa Major constellation had always been a mystery to the outside world. To be able to personally visit it, Lei Yang wanted to properly evaluate it. Three-Spirit City's base had specialized trading companies, and the daily consumption of resources in the bronze base was astonishing. As per usual, the transport fleet entered the bronze base on time, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. The tense atmosphere was oppressive, but everything was carried out in an orderly manner. They all knew that the curtains to the decisive battle had begun. Number 23. Heroes come from the young, he praised, his deep and resounding voice brought along a tyrannical might, brimming with a convincing power. Nephew's elegance is unparalleled under the heaven. Tang Tian was not the least bit embarrassed, and said, Lion King Lei Tian, welcome to Three-Spirit City. Pai Pa praised in her heart, as expected of the Lion King, to be able to grasp the crux of the problem so quickly. She said without hesitation, our mechanical martial artists preparatory barracks, the standard training period for silver rank students, is 1 year. In 1 year, the students with talent will be able to grasp the essentials. In 3 years, they will become veterans. For the bronze rank students, it will take longer. For them to grasp the basics, they will need 3 years. Following that, the Ursa Major constellation displayed a large number of samples from the New World, crystals with high energy density, plants that contained sword intent, all sorts of new weapons. Pai Pa was very familiar with them. This is the Frost Mountain, one of our main mechanical spirit weapons. Its weight is only a third of an ordinary mechanical spirit weapon. It is a brand new metal, with a silver luster. Its defensive capabilities are outstanding. Without an energy barrier, it can withstand 5 attacks from a gold-ranked martial artist. It uses a large amount of new technology, with 7 card slots. The lowest requirement is a silver rank spirit card, which can be inserted with a gold rank spirit card. And it is equipped with martial spirits. All of them are battle spirits. We have gone through a large number of battle spirit fragments to sort and filter them, and picked out martial spirits that have reached the silver rank. One was the Lion King who had dominated the world for a long time, the other was the young Bear King. Due to the huge demand, a large number of trading companies engaged in this business, and the number of trading groups entering and exiting daily was endless. The carriage stopped on the ground, the door opened, and a tall and sturdy figure jumped down from the carriage. Upon jumping down, he noticed Tang Tian, who was waiting not far away. Although he had watched Tang Tian's image countless of times, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked by Tang Tian's youth. Chapter 678. Tilda. A man without wings, who wants to fly in the sky, is destined to fall flat on his face. Tilda. Just that. Tilda, because he realized that the mechanical spirit weapon was not as cumbersome as he imagined it to be, although it was not light, but it was definitely not cumbersome. Colin braced himself and controlled the monstrous mechanical spirit weapon to rumble towards the training grounds. After walking 6 to 7 steps, his attention was attracted by the seemingly new mechanical spirit weapon. Similarly, no one dared to plead for Colin. Bang! Salary, position, respect, they did not lack anything. But Screw was expressionless, and did not give them any leeway. The mechanical spirit weapons that Sai Lei created had the obvious imprint of the Southern Cross Army, and everyone guessed that Grandmaster Sai Lei had inherited the inheritance of the Southern Cross Army, and thus was able to create a new generation of mechanical spirit weapons. Colin stared dumbstruck at the extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon. His heart was dead. It was truly too ugly. Colin, who was inside the mechanical spirit weapon, wanted to find a hole to hide in. No one knew who shouted this slogan, but this kind of burning passion was like a deadly poison, spreading crazily in the training camp. There was no legendary laboratory, only scrapped components. So, I can only adapt to such a weak martial spirit. If the martial spirit is weakened, Doesn't that mean the mechanical spirit weapon will also become weaker? The world's #1 mechanical martial artist training ground. The era of the three great armies was the pinnacle of mechanical techniques. Colin had always felt that his talent was not good. Suddenly, he faintly saw a bronze color rapidly approaching. He quivered. It's the bronze wall. He was completely stunned. The bronze wall. The other end of the training grounds is the bronze wall. How is that possible? The width of the training grounds. All right, what a pitiful child. Piloting the strongest mechanical spirit weapon, and obtaining the most outstanding achievement. Damn it. A qualified student. That is the most famous and strongest mechanical army. But he was chosen by Screw. Ursa Major Constellation was different from other places. In the core circle of Ursa Major Constellation, spirit generals played an important role. And in terms of military affairs, they were completely led by spirit generals, which they were already used to. What use is a spirit general who has lost his memories? Colin roared. He suddenly exerted strength and rushed into the training grounds. The ugly and swollen monster's body was half squatting. Colin couldn't help but smile bitterly every time he thought of his results. The intensity of the competition in the training camp far exceeded the imagination of the outside world. The mechanical martial artists that had been silent for tens of thousands of years had all of their passion, like a volcano that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years, suddenly erupted with a terrifying momentum. All the mechanical martial artists of all the constellations in Heaven's Road, as long as they had the slightest bit of ambition, would travel thousands of miles to Three Spirit City, to reach the Palace of Dreams. But if you were to ask any student in the training camp, they would only have one goal: to enter Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical army. Only by entering the mechanical army would they be able to control the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons, the strongest weapons that Grandmaster Sai Lei had specially created for the mechanical army. Those war machines that symbolized slaughter were not comparable to the mass-produced goods that could be bought on the market. Come on, ugly. A huge explosion sounded behind him, but Colin did not react at all. His expression instantly froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief. Colin calmed down. He took a deep breath. He was not unfamiliar with a bronze-level mechanical spirit weapon. When he first entered the training camp, he used a bronze-level mechanical spirit weapon. The best instructors, the most advanced tactics, the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons. Every mechanical martial artist firmly believed that the mechanical martial artists that walked out of Three Spirit City's training camp would definitely be the most outstanding mechanical martial artist. It was always an ending. No matter how they looked at it, it was absurd. The students who were training were all dumbstruck. They were completely scared silly by such a shocking scene. Duan Mu's expression was completely sluggish. His eyes were filled with shock. When such a mechanical spirit weapon appeared in the training grounds, everyone looked at Colin with gazes filled with pity and pity. Even the kind-hearted Duan Mu used his hands to cover his eyes. He could not bear to look at it. He felt that he was actually envious of Colin's fortune. Oh, he actually thought that it was fortune. It was not the legendary Grandmaster, but a spirit general who had lost his memories. The air rippled out, causing the soil to fly up like a curtain of rain. The flames in the air blossomed like a flower. His performance in training had proven this point. His results were always hovering around the passing line. If not for instructor Duan Mu's patience, he would have been kicked out long ago. Bang! In that era, Screw was definitely a powerful person. Colin was filled with anticipation. Maybe Screw has a way to solve my biggest problem. But after that, he heard the news of Screw losing his memories, which made him feel as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He forcefully twisted his body and transferred his power to the mechanical spirit weapon. The amplified power was like a surging torrent that instantly swallowed Colin. Ka. This sentence flashed past Colin's mind. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared. He did not have any regrets. He had come to the shrine with his dreams. From the start, he had given it his all. Every day in the training camp, he had never slacked off, so he did not regret it. This was the so-called synchronization, and was the most important requirement for a mechanical martial artist. Colin knew himself, so he was extremely hardworking, hoping to use hard work to make up for his lack of talent. He was the most hardworking student in the entire training camp, and that was the only reason why instructor Duan Mu did not give up on him. But the truth was even crueler: no matter how hardworking he was, his results would always hover around the passing line. The large patches made it look like a beggar among the mechanical spirit weapons. The streamlined beauty was gone, and what replaced it was the bumpy patches. The elegant joints were gone, and what replaced them were joints that were swollen like steamed buns. In truth, Colin did not lack a way out. To be able to graduate from the training camp, once they walked out of the majestic bronze door, they would still become the most sought-after mechanical martial artists in the market. There were countless people who were willing to waive their money to hire them, and their salary was definitely at the level of a gold-ranked martial artist. There were even a few small constellations that were willing to take out the position of a commander to attract them. He was extremely familiar with the training grounds in front of him. In here, he had lost count of how much sweat he had shed, how many times he had fallen, how many times he had failed, and how many nights he had silently trained. The mask in front of him had become red, and sparks that came out of nowhere shot onto the mask, like molten iron that came out of a furnace, splattering everywhere. Screw's following actions caused him to be even colder. Screw took out a pile of junk from the pile, and then used the junk to modify his mechanical spirit weapon. Don't even talk about comparing to it. There were no other training camps that were 2 grades lower than it. While the other constellations were still discussing whether or not their mechanical techniques were lagging behind, Ursa Major Constellation's mechanical army was showing off its might, killing in all directions, and even to the point of breaking down and expanding. Colin quickly understood why: because the martial spirit was weakened, the original silver martial spirit had dropped to a bronze martial spirit. Although the weakened martial spirit was not as intelligent, but at the same time, it had a lower requirement for the user. Lion King Lei Ang's expressionless face was currently filled with surprise, shock, and disbelief. He was like a statue, not moving an inch. Unfortunately, Colin had a problem with that. He was always unable to perfectly control the martial spirit of the mechanical spirit weapon, causing him to always be slower than others in the training grounds. Even if his choices were always correct, and his responses were impeccable, but being slower made everything worse. He felt that he was like a clumsy tortoise in the training grounds. Colin tried to ask Screw, but Screw did not say a word, and completely ignored him. But Colin did not dare to leave, because Screw did not give the order for him to leave. Screw's position was obviously higher than instructor Duan Mu, and Colin did not dare to be disrespectful just because Screw was a spirit general. In the training grounds, the ugly mechanical spirit weapon was like a sinister monster, standing there indifferently. Colin was extremely excited. The high-speed mechanical spirit weapon was like a meteorite descending from the sky, bringing along raging flames. Screw, that's right. This weird name was something that Colin had heard from other places. It was said that Screw was the maintenance officer of the Southern Cross Army. Colin specially went to check on the information, and found that the maintenance officers of the Southern Cross Army were all mechanical engineers. Wait a minute, the bronze wall. Colin was one of them, and was deeply poisoned. He had once struggled free from the gravity, even if it was for a few seconds. But the reality was depressing. Every time he trained, he would feel extremely tired, and his mood would always drop. His biggest problem was that he could not synchronize with the martial spirit in the mechanical spirit weapon. Every mechanical weapon had a martial spirit, and the stronger the mechanical spirit weapon, the higher the grade of the martial spirit. The strength of mechanical spirit weapons was that they did not require the martial artist to directly control the mechanical spirit weapon, but through the martial spirit to control the mechanical spirit weapon. There was no other way. He had lost control once again. The immense power caused him to completely lose control of the mechanical spirit weapon. An ugly and huge figure rushed out of the flames and sparks in the midst of a terrifying roar. It drew a strange arc in the air and smashed heavily into the training ground. Colin's face turned pale white. If he were to smash into the bronze wall, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. The shockwave swept across the entire field, causing the mud and dirt to fly and smash onto everyone's bodies, causing the flames that blossomed in the air to disappear. Martial spirits had their own consciousness, and to tame them and make them listen to the martial artist's commands, the requirement for the martial artist was extremely high. On the battlefield, the situation could change in an instant, and required the martial artist to react in the shortest time possible, which also required the martial artist and the martial spirit to have an outstanding rapport. He stopped in front of the white line at the side of the training grounds, and in that moment, he was in a daze. Sparks. This is. The sparks formed from the friction in the air. Just when Colin thought that he had been forgotten by Screw had completed the modification of the mechanical spirit weapon. Chapter 679. The two of them did not secretly seek refuge in Ursa Major constellation, but took the initiative to find Lei Yang, and sincerely expressed their thoughts. They did not know of the secret news of Tang Tian inviting Lei Yang, but they knew that although the Ursa Major constellation did not ally with the Leo constellation in name, but in truth, they were still acting as the Leo constellation's ally. Lunatic. Sima Xiangshan rolled his eyes at Amauri. Getting entangled with this scoundrel was definitely not a wise choice. The grey flames were the tiny null flames that they had groped about, the innate talent of the zero-energy body. Although it was not as tyrannical as the null flames, the might of the tiny null flames was still astonishing. The most direct manifestation was that it was able to resist against Saint's spirit techniques, and if it was struck by the tiny null flames, it would be even worse, as it had the effect of destroying energy, and would seep into the target's body, destroying the target's highly energy-converted body. Even a saint would be heavily injured if they were hit by it, as the saint's body had a higher degree of energy conversion. Your subordinate is willing to go to the sacred region. Their answers were surprisingly consistent. The two of them were extremely intelligent people. The current structure of Ursa Major constellation had long been formed, and they might as well go to the sacred Saint Galaxy to carve out a new world. Both of them were also very curious about the sacred region. Destroy. Zhong Li Bai's voice was low and powerful, as though it was roaring out from his chest. When he spoke, he would unconsciously squint his eyes, which flickered with a fierce light. About 10 minutes later, everyone regained some of their strength. That trace of reluctance gradually dissipated and was replaced by curiosity. I can finally fight alongside you. It's perception. Nai Chio's face revealed a gentle smile. This subordinate's perception is more outstanding. Zhong Li Bai was extremely tall, over 2 m in height, causing Tang Tian to have no choice but to raise his head and ask, "What are you good at?" "Have a good rest. We will depart in 2 days. The hero of Ursa Major constellation? How shameless." Sima Xiangshan mocked. "No." Nai Chio's tone was warm but firm. Leo constellation had never lacked military leaders, and oftentimes, there would be an excess of them. A military general is a dangerous profession. Nai Chio said. Going through such training in advance could help them better integrate into the army. In return, he gave 2 of his subordinates to Tang Tian. Now that he was about to enter the battlefield, it would be impossible for him to cultivate so leisurely in the future. Everyone lay on the ground and stared at the ceiling, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Tang Tian was a little surprised. "Your eyes. Don't tell me Xiao Shan is afraid." Mo Li said, and winked at Sima Xiangshan. Tang Tian came to a sudden realization and found it even more interesting. Nai Chio bowed slightly, and said warmly, he was born blind. Tang Tian's gaze turned to Zhong Li Bai. Compared to Nai Chio, Zhong Li Bai was the other extreme. His entire body had robust and defined muscles, his face looked as though it was carved by blades and axes, he had a ponytail at the back of his head, and his coarse hair made it look like it was tied with iron wires. His bean-sized eyes were sharp. Even though he was just casually standing there, he gave off a dangerous feeling. Amauri's eyes were wide open, all the muscles in his body tensed up, to the point that his clothes were about to explode. The grey flames on his blade danced wildly. Every step he took, every roar and slash caused the earth to shake, every roar was like thunder, every blade was like a raging gale. Lei Yang's words, in Tang Tian's eyes, were definitely showing off. But he had to admit that the Ursa Major constellation's military system was still immature compared to the Leo constellation. The Leo constellation had the most complete military system in Heaven's Road, with many military general academies. The military held high statuses, and the higher-ups valued them, forming a good atmosphere. The youths of the Leo constellation were more willing to become outstanding military generals, and not powerful martial artists. In truth, Lei Ang was not willing to let the two of them go, but facing the situation, he did not have any good ideas. The Leo constellation had the most complete military general system, and the most number of military generals were continuously groomed. The seniors of the two of them were all in their prime, with outstanding military achievements, and their families were all strong. In front of the two of them, there were countless people queuing up, although Lei Ang admired the two of them, but he was definitely not willing to break the balance for them. Mortal enemies. Zhong Li Bai snorted, releasing a cold aura. I am a little nervous. Liang Qiu laughed, he did not conceal his emotions. I heard that the people of the sacred Saint Galaxy are born as saints, but I never thought that there would be such a terrifying place in the world. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They were most worried that Tang Tian would not be able to trust them. If the boss was not at ease, it meant that you would never be able to obtain true support, and to a military general, it was a tragic outcome. They were originally there to display their fists and legs, and did not have any other intentions, and the martial spirit contract that they could not betray allowed them to quickly gain trust. Ling ling ling, the bell that signaled the end of the training time fell into everyone's ears. It was like the sound of nature. Plop plop, the exhausted people all sat on the ground, swaying left and right. Only Han Bingning held on with his sword, gasping for breath while closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. That ugly face of yours. I want to kill you. Hearing a Maori and Sima Xiangshan's intense argument, Han Bingning slowly opened his eyes, which were like ice crystals, transparent and flawless, reflecting the light of the sun. Without hesitation, the two of them signed the martial spirit contract with Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan was like a shadow, flying around the training grounds, his figure bringing along a layer of blurry grey shadows. The originally unfathomable figure was now like a spectre, sinister and unfathomable. No. Zhong Li Bai's tone was extremely unkind. Since they did not have any positions, then raising the strength of their allies was a good choice. He was like a wild beast that was ready to devour anyone. It's fine. Zhong Li Bai said. Han Bingning's expression was focused, her body was like a boulder that did not move an inch, her gaze never leaving the sword tip. The grey flame on the sword tip looked as though it was frozen by ice. It was extremely slow and unsteady. Tiny icicles grew on Han Bingning's eyelashes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint frost dyed her eyebrows. After listening to the two of them, Lei Ang remained silent for a moment, but still agreed. The two of them knew that they would not have the chance, so their gazes were fixed on Ursa Major constellation. To the outside world, Ursa Major constellation had many famous generals and talents, but the two of them had a different view. The few famous generals of Ursa Major constellation were all spirit generals, although Ursa Major constellation had groomed military generals from the start, but grooming them required time, and the youths still needed to grow, and needed actual battles to prove their abilities. Nai Chio had a round face with some baby fat, his complexion was pale white, he was not tall, with soft short hair that rested on his forehead, he was as quiet as an obedient student. The only thing that was different was his eyes. His eyes were always closed, and his mouth hung a faint smile. You think that fighting will make your face smaller? Your face is full of muscles. Are you guys classmates? Tang Tian asked curiously. Everyone's faces immediately became ugly. Saints were already existences at the top of the pyramid in Heaven's Road, but in the sacred Saint Galaxy, they were extremely common. An ocean of saints that immediately made everyone feel the pressure. As for their abilities, Bing was the one to judge. Their standards are not bad, but I do not have a place for them. Following me is a waste of their abilities. The Null Division had always been undergoing army training, and other than having no military generals, the Null Division was no different from an army. Han Bingning and the rest had never thought of forming an army, but felt that in the future, everyone's role would still be to enter the army and act as attackers or vanguards. What's there to be afraid of? A Maori did not care. Isn't Crazy Tang swaggering around? I want to go too. Let them see for a day, the heroes of our Ursa Major constellation. It was unknown if it was because of the ugly beast in the training grounds that shocked Lei Yang, or because the Lion King himself was filled with the desire to conquer the sacred Saint Galaxy, or because of the unfathomable hatred towards the Honorable Martial Alliance, but Lei Yang chose to form an alliance with Tang Tian without hesitation. Nai Qiu and Zhong Li Bai were the same, the two of them were brimming with talent, but their experience was a blank slate. The various armies of Leo constellation were already filled, and they were not willing to waste their time in the reserve positions. Tang Tian did not speak any more nonsense. Then let us sign the martial spirit contract. This subordinate studies at the Lionheart Martial Academy, General Zhong Li studies at the Raging Inferno Martial Academy. The competition between the two martial academies is rather intense. Nai Qiu regained his warm tone. He scratched his chin and looked at the two of them, then suddenly asked, "Do you guys want to go to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, or stay in Heaven's Road?" Tang Tian was enlightened, but he had never heard of anyone who could use their perceptive sensing to command a battle. Such an interesting person. Tang Tian could not help but look at Nai Qiu a few more times. Nai Qiu's face still maintained a faint smile. The road to the Sacred Saint Galaxy is very dangerous. Tang Tian reminded the two of them. They initially wanted to call it Null Flames, but that name had long been used by Tang Tian. And its might was not comparable to the Null Flames, since the Null Flames still contained the Devil Flame. Instead, it was like a weakened version of the Null Flames, thus it was called the Small Null Flames. Not far away, Liang Qiu squatted down, a thin layer of grey flames covering his fingers. His expression was gloomy, his fingers were like heavy balls, slowly moving them, his entire body was perspiring profusely. The negotiations with Lei Yang had gone smoothly beyond Tang Tian's expectations. "I wonder what the Sacred Saint Galaxy is like," Sima Xiangshan muttered. Sacred Saint Galaxy. Tang Tian sized up the two of them. The current number of Null Division members had already reached 2,000 people. The majority of them were at the gold-ranked martial artist stage, and had completed the removing energy transformation. For a very long time, the Null Division members were at a loss. The might of the Zero Energy body was not small, but no one knew how to train in it. And after Tang Tian fumbled with the Null Flames, Han Bingning and the rest used Tang Tian's experience to create the Small Null Flames, and the Null Division's strength underwent a fundamental change. He did not stay for long, because they were currently planning to launch a huge attack on the Honorable Martial Alliance, and Tang Tian's star treasures were like charcoal in snowy weather. Training, which he hated the most, did not seem to be as bad as before, but instead had a trace of reluctance to part with it. Wails and wails came out from the nearby training grounds, everyone sucked in breaths of air. But very quickly, everyone became quiet. It was the last time they would train before moving out. "You said my face is big." A Maori was enraged. "Do you want to fight? Then how do you command the battle?" Tang Tian could not resist but ask curiously. Han Bingning and the rest were called the Null Division. Chapter 680. Sima Xiao himself was a military general, and the reason why he was able to stand out in the clan alliance was because of his dazzling military achievements. "Count my Scorpio constellation in." Countless of thoughts flashed past his mind was operating to its maximum. He knew that it was the most crucial moment. Tang Tian was hesitating. But what could be so important? Heaven's Road no longer had any space to expand, and to the ambitious Sima Xiao, it was the most depressing thing for him. The appearance of the Sacred Saint Galaxy immediately roused his spirit, and after deducing Tang Tian's intentions, he personally went over without hesitation. Qiu Zhijun laughed bitterly in his heart, but he did not have any regrets. Furthermore, as long as he firmly held onto Scorpio constellation, his junior brother would always be safe. No one dared to imagine what would happen if an ecliptic palace constellation did not care about the consequences. But, in Heaven's Road, there was one person who had always been suppressing his junior brother, and that was Tang Tian, who was bitterly thinking. What reason would cause Tang Tian to hesitate before even offering a price? Tang Tian did not care about the gazes of the two. He continued to think. Compared to them, I am truly a butcher with blood on my hands. Sima Xiao and Qiu Zhijun's mind trembled, but the two of them immediately revealed a look of understanding. Indeed, it was not strange for Ursa Major Constellation to go against the Honorable Martial Alliance, but Sima Xiao never thought that Tang Tian would pick such a time. Qiu Zhijun had not said a word since entering. He had always been observing Tang Tian in the dark. To him, His junior brother was already a genius that appeared once in a few hundred years. With all the methods of flipping his hands, all the heroes were toyed with by his junior brother. I am here for the sacred Saint Galaxy. The two people with the most authority in Scorpio constellation. Sima Xiao's eyes suddenly constricted. Tang Tian and the rest were definitely planning something. If not, he would definitely not hesitate. What they were planning must be extremely important, to the point that Tang Tian was worried about it. Sima Xiao's sudden visit surprised Tang Tian. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not friendly, and in truth, there were many enmity between them. Tang Tian did not have a good impression of this sinister youth who was good at trickery. Moreover, he did not believe that the youth would have a good impression of him. If they couldn't be the first, they would follow behind him and wait for an opportunity. If I am not wrong, you purposely spread the news. You must have met with trouble in the sacred Saint Galaxy, and you need to combine the power of the entire Heaven's Road to be able to contend against the sacred Saint Galaxy. Although we had some unpleasantness in the past, there is no fundamental conflict of interest between us. Even if you have inherited the flag of the Southern Cross Army, the grievances between you and the Scorpio constellation have already disappeared. Don't doubt our sincerity, please state your conditions. Sima Xiao threw himself onto the gambling table without hesitation. To be honest, the current situation was complicated. For Tang Tian, it was simply like a mess. He tried to calm himself down. What was the problem that he needed to solve the most right now? With the control of the route to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian already held the advantage in the future, and as long as the route did not change hands, no one would be able to replace it. In theory, it was not the best time to fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance. After a period of time, the war between the Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance would cause the Honorable Martial Alliance to become even weaker. And the Ursa Major constellation that had allied with the other constellations would become even stronger, and that would be the best time to take action. By his side was his inseparable senior brother, Qiuzhi Jun, dressed in a loose white robe, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His sickly pale complexion made him look as though he would be blown away by the wind. But no one dared to look down on the young man who could be blown away at any time. He was the sharpest blade in Sima Xiao's hands, and half of the blood in the Scorpio constellation's great purge came from this sickly young man. But how should he state his conditions? Sima Xiao was an expert in observing facial expressions, and immediately noticed the change in Tang Tian's expression. He knew that there was definitely a reason that made Tang Tian hesitate. Since it was a foregone conclusion, Tang Tian did not hide it anymore. We want to go against the Honorable Martial Alliance. Qiuzhi Jun's face changed. He was about to speak up to stop him, but then he saw Sima Xiao raising his hand. Qiuzhi Jun was powerless to reject, and remained silent. If the two of them disappeared at the same time, Scorpio constellation would truly be in danger. And he knew that his own weight could not be compared to his junior brother, and was unable to replace him. Rather than that, why not destroy it first? Tang Tian looked at Sima Xiao in shock. He did not think that Sima Xiao's determination would be so firm, to not hesitate to use himself as a hostage to dispel his apprehension. Tang Tian effortlessly came up with that conclusion. That's right, it was the Honorable Martial Alliance. An ominous glint surfaced in Tang Tian's eyes. If Scorpio constellation were to join the fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance, to them, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Qiuzhi Jun's face changed again. If his junior brother were to be a hostage in Ursa Major constellation, if anything happened, he could still think of a way to rescue him. But if his junior brother were to go to the sacred Saint Galaxy, then Scorpio constellation would be completely pinched by the nose, without any leeway to resist. What was the reason? Tang Tian had a headache. He racked his brains and thought carefully. Why was Tang Tian hesitating? Was he not satisfied with the conditions? To go alone, such courage was truly worthy of praise. If he was unable to obtain the advantage in the future competition, then he would try his best to reduce his disadvantage. His heart was filled with worry, but Tang Tian and the rest had an extremely good reputation in this aspect, and he had never heard of them killing the innocent. Sima Xiao's expression remained normal, and laughed. To have such an opportunity, it is truly something I wish for. What is the sacred Saint Galaxy like? I am extremely curious. Before they left, Tang Tian welcomed an unexpected guest. From his reaction speed, Tang Tian was far inferior to his junior brother. If it was his junior brother, the moment the other party finished speaking, he would already have a plan in his heart. This fellow, truly is a gambler. No, he had not even mentioned the conditions, but Tang Tian was already hesitating. That also meant that it had nothing to do with the price tag. But Tang Tian did not reject it, which meant that he was moved by the suggestion. Tang Tian did not expect Sima Xiao's eyes to be so shrewd. He had just released the news of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and Sima Xiao had already sensed his intentions behind it. There was nothing wrong with cooperating with Scorpio constellation, just like what Sima Xiao had said, there was no conflict of interest between them. Sima Xiao went straight to the point, without hiding anything. Sima Xiao realized that he had missed out on an extremely crucial point, but there were too many things to think about, and he did not have the time to think about it. He needed to express his stance before Tang Tian spoke. If not, once Tang Tian rejected him, there would be no turning back. If you have any misgivings, I am willing to be a hostage. Bringing this crazy fellow to the Sacred Saint Galaxy is a good idea. Sima Xiao did not rush him. He drank his tea leisurely, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Tang Tian did not reject him, which meant that there was hope. As long as there was hope, he did not care about the price he had to pay. While others were still doubting and guessing the existence of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, he had already seen through it. In the development of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, whoever took the first step would reap boundless benefits. Even Tang Tian could not help but admire him. The structure of Heaven's Road had already stabilized, and even the Honorable Martial Alliance did not dare to casually annex and occupy other constellations. Honorable Martial Alliance. In truth, it was not in line with Sima Xiao's ambitions, but Scorpio King's ambitious and ruthless nature had the upper hand. He had astonishing ambitions, but once the reality was irreversible, he would always be able to maximize his own benefits. Sima Xiao gave his senior brother an apologetic smile. Senior brother, Scorpio constellation still needs you to lead the overall situation. If senior brother is not here, I am afraid that Scorpio constellation will not be stable. Qiu Jun knew that the matter was already set in stone, and was powerless to change it, and spoke out, I wonder if I can bring one more person? I am also extremely curious about the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Ignoring the declining Aries constellation and Taurus constellation, even the other stable and mature ecliptic palace constellations, the young Scorpio constellation displayed a unique drive and courage, similar to Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian could not describe such a characteristic, but it made him feel a sense of familiarity and closeness. In terms of strength, the addition of Scorpio constellation would undoubtedly make them stronger, but if the news were to be leaked, and the Honorable Martial Alliance would sense it, then all of their plans would be useless. A fierce glint flashed past Sima Xiao's eyes. He laughed and stood up. Ursa Major constellation definitely has a reason to take action against the Honorable Martial Alliance. Tang Tian frowned, as though he was racking his brains. Qiu Jun did not understand, how did such a person who did not seem to be very intelligent, establish such a foundation with his bare hands, and was even able to suppress his junior brother. As for losing the waterway, Sima Xiao had long studied all of the battles that Tang Tian had participated in, and finally came to a conclusion. Tang Tian and the rest had never failed in any crucial battles. Tang Tian and the rest were extremely sharp towards the crucial strategic points, and had extraordinary bravery and decisiveness. He did not believe that the higher-ups of Ursa Major constellation would make such a foolish mistake. The soft brown hair naturally curled up, the young man's delicate and androgynous face looked as though he had not matured yet, and was still childish. But it was this young man who looked like an obedient child, that was toying with the clan union in the palm of his hands, borrowing the shell to lay an egg, and in one step, stepped onto the throne of the Scorpio King. After that, he used a series of iron and blood methods, the exquisite balance, and brought Scorpio constellation under his control. Tang Tian suddenly had a brazen idea. I will be going to the Sacred Saint Galaxy soon, how about it, are you interested? Absorbing the clan union's unique spirit generals devouring fusion technique, unearthing the potential of the ecliptic palace constellations. The declining Scorpio constellation, in the hands of the young Scorpio King, gradually recovered its vitality, and the radiance of the 12 ecliptic palaces started to blossom. Scorpio constellation's rising momentum also caused Scorpio constellation's influence in heaven's road to grow day by day. The entire Scorpio constellation had already forgotten about the bloody nights and started to cheer for the young Scorpio king. Moreover, the Honorable Martial Alliance was the largest force. If they really joined the Battle of the Sacred Region, they would definitely get a big piece of the cake. Yes, that must be it. Sima Xiao looked at Tang Tian with a burning gaze. Godlike young lad, do not doubt my sincerity. I heard that Ursa Major constellation has many mystical places. I plan to stay here for a period of time. Regardless of what your side does, our Scorpio constellation will only be a helper. Our Scorpio constellation has the sincerity and ability to help the Ursa Major constellation. Sima Xiao did not want to think too much about it, and heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were once close to the Honorable Martial Alliance, but to them, the Honorable Martial Alliance was not considered an ally. Chapter 681. Xiao Yarrow did not stop, he directly flew to the tallest black structure, which was different from the usual bronze color. The tallest structure was completely black, and was forged using a special alloy. Its shape resembled a black bird that raised its head and screeched. Everyone's hearts trembled. But in their hearts, they were fearful of the Shang continent's might. The Southern Rainbow Army quickly stood out in the military reform, and gained Bing's trust. Any new power that was introduced into an army, how to truly unleash its might, how to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with it, how to coordinate with the original tactics, all these problems were not something that could be solved in a flash. In the Gold Continent, where mechanical techniques were the most developed, such a scene could be seen everywhere. The Rainbow Continent in the southern region could only be considered average in strength. If not for their outstanding location, they would not even have the qualifications to become the core members of the southern region. Bing was also fully immersed, and after half a month, the situation had greatly improved. Bing believed, as long as there was half a year's time, the strength of the 5 armies would definitely shock everyone. Compared to the passivity of the core members, the other 24 continents of the Southern Alliance had many people who responded. The powerhouses of these continents were small and weak, but Bing still chose 4 armies from them. The 4 armies that Bing chose immediately attracted the ridicule of countless people. Out of these 4 armies, other than the Yuan continent army that had some reputation, the other armies had never been heard of. It was fine if they had never heard of them, but there was actually a village regiment among them. De Xing's confident voice sounded out in the training grounds. His figure was tall and sturdy, he was a simple and honest person, born in a commoner's family. He had a natural affinity with soldiers. Regardless of whether it was training or fighting, he always took the lead and fought side by side with everyone. He never had a high and mighty attitude, and was deeply respected and loved by everyone. The patrolling soldiers verified Xiao Yarrow's identity, and Xiao Yarrow was allowed to enter. The Gold Continent's usage of mechanical puppets had long reached an astonishing level. The Yuan Continent's Yuan Continent Army, the Central Yuan Continent's White Army, the Great Dragon Continent's Scarlet Dragon Army, and the North Bottom Continent's Little North Village Regiment. Bing listened to De Xing's report seriously. During the training, he had watched from the side, and had a plan for some of the problems, but there were other problems that he needed time to slowly think about. From the looks of it, the progress of the plan was not satisfactory. Bing realized that the problem he was facing was unprecedentedly complicated. Amongst the core members, the White Sands Continent, the Bai family, and the Rainbow Continent were more proactive, while the Yuan Continent, Ming Continent, and the Lehigh Continent were more passive, while the Shuji Worldwide Commerce was a weapon supplier, and did not have much interest in the army. Madame Rue's murmur was like the bleak autumn wind, carrying with it an indescribable killing intent. She raised her head, and that absolutely beautiful face entered everyone's field of vision. Only then did everyone realize that that pair of soft and charming eyes were currently shining like stars. Was this a joke? Bing acted as though he did not hear any of the rumors. All of his time was spent on the armies. To Bing, who was used to seeing big waves and winds, this small matter could not even be considered as a small wave. He was proficient in strategy and had a clear understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. He was very clear that he only needed a single victory to turn everything around. Amidst the doubts and ridicule, the 5 armies started to try out brand new tactics. But the White Sands continent had just stabilized, and the situation was not stable, and they were unable to pull out any strength. Bai Yu was rather interested in the military reform, but the Bai family was too far away, and the army needed a few days to reach. To the outside world, the Southern Alliance was planning a series of internal reforms, and before the reforms were completed, they would not be accepting new members. It was said that the Saint object was placed inside the building, but the Blackbird building was not open to the public, and was the most heavily guarded place, thus no one knew if the rumors were true or false. With the addition of the 5 elite armies, the Shang continent's control over the Southern Alliance would increase, and at that time, it would truly be the time for drastic changes. Bing had absolute confidence in his own ability to train armies. The 5 armies were not from any big continents, and many of them did not have high positions in their continents, so naturally they did not have any arrogance. They cherished the opportunity even more, although it was bumpy, but they still did their best to train. Out of all the core members, only the Rainbow Continent was temporarily cooperating. The higher-ups of the Rainbow Continent had always been pragmatic. They knew that other than the geographical advantage, the Rainbow Continent did not have any advantages, and their strength was much weaker than the other 7 families. And in truth, after the establishment of the Southern Alliance, even the geographical advantage did not have any practical meaning. If the Southern Alliance kicked the Rainbow Continent out, they would not dare to attack the pontoon bridge. It was the Gold Continent's most famous landmark, the Blackbird building. Xiao Yarrow looked at the bustling scene below, although he had seen it countless of times, but every time he saw it, he would be overwhelmed with emotions. The power of mechanical techniques would always cause people to be shocked at such a time. It was built to commemorate the Gold Continent's Saint object, Blackbird. The Gold Continent's mechanical techniques originated from the Saint object, Blackbird. In one of their explorations, their ancestors obtained the remains of an unknown mechanical puppet, the Blackbird. The Saint object was severely damaged, but it still gave the Gold Continent's ancestors a huge inspiration, and from there, they developed the Gold Continent's unique mechanical techniques. But he did not slow down, he needed to rush back as fast as he could. What I am going to say next is our honorable Martial Continent's most core secret. If you are not willing to be involved, you can choose to withdraw from the meeting. Focus, let's do it again. He had never thought that there would be a day where the expensive spirit objects, they called them star treasures, could be equipped into an army. While the other armies were still in doubt, the Southern Rainbow Army was already training according to Bing's plan without any hesitation. But his enemy was also a powerful man who was well versed in strategies. But the scene of the mines below him still injected him with a bit of strength, and the fatigue in his body dissipated. 2 days later, he finally reached the Pass City. De Xing, who was born at the bottom of society, to be able to become the commander of an army, his road was naturally filled with difficulties, and his sensitivity towards opportunities far surpassed others. He did not question or oppose Bing's request, and completed it to the letter. Lady Ru looked at the report in her hands with a calm expression, but the entire hall was silent, and all the military generals who were standing upright felt an invisible pressure. After the end of training, the tired soldiers had the chance to rest, but De Xing could not. He needed to report the problems that occurred during training to Master Bing. The later generations built the Blackbird building, to show that they did not forget their origins. Everyone's heart trembled, but no one moved. In time, the Southern Alliance was filled with all sorts of rumors and rumors. The Pass City was the capital of the Gold Continent, and the most flourishing city in the entire eastern region. The tall bronze buildings were densely packed together. It was a bronze forest. There were all sorts of mechanical puppets flying in the air, as though they were birds that lived in the forest. This result caused the higher-ups of the Rainbow Continent to be surprised. The Southern Rainbow Army was not considered the top army in the Rainbow Continent, but they did not expect for it to gain Bing's favor. I never thought that they would actually come to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Especially the Ming Continent, Yuan Continent, and Lehigh Continent, they could not wait to see Bing make a fool of himself. They were initially unwilling to join the Southern Alliance, but the Shang Continent's overbearing attitude and Tang Tian's ruthless methods had shaken them, adding the huge benefits. They finally chose to join. Bing knew this, so he did not forcefully arrange for it, but first tested it out in a small area. The armies that were not chosen also added fuel to the fire. Only the armies that were chosen would have the chance to equip spirit objects. The various continents were completely clueless about the uses and power of spirit objects, but spirit objects were extremely expensive, and even if they could not be used in battle, they could still sell them for a lot of money. They could not wait to see Bing make a fool of himself. If the plan failed, and was proven to be a joke, it would be a huge blow to the Shang continent's reputation. A leader with insufficient reputation, to the others, was an extremely good opportunity. The current Southern Alliance had developed into a colossus with 32 continents, and had become the largest alliance in the southern region. Although they were stimulated by the Southern Alliance, the other continents in the southern region all started to form groups, and countless of alliances were popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. But the Southern Alliance was still the largest alliance in the southern region. What was even more unexpected was that when the other alliances were expanding, the Southern Alliance actually closed their applications. The madam had been reading the report for a full 10 minutes, but she did not say a word. That exquisite face didn't have the slightest bit of its usual charm and gentleness, and it instead emitted an awe-inspiring might. Every single one of the generals couldn't help but straighten their backs even more, and they didn't even dare breathe heavily. Everyone had heard of the Shang continent's precious Bright Village Regiment, but the majority of them treated it as a joke, and no one took it seriously. Seeing that Bing had actually chosen a village regiment, the various continents who were originally watching from the sidelines felt that Bing was purely messing around. Madame Ru revealed a satisfied look. Very good, everyone did not disappoint me. For this plan, the Honorable Marshal Continent has already worked hard for a full 500 years. Before that, he only needed to carry out his plan step by step, and forge the armies into true elites. Starting from the lowest soldier, taking one step at a time, Dexing, who only became a commander at the age of 45, did not have any genius performance, but he was mature and steady, and had a solid standard. After a short period of contact with the Star Treasure, he was immediately deeply attracted. Out of the core members of the Southern Alliance, the Rainbow Continent was the most cooperative towards the Shang continent's army reform. They had sent out all of their armies, and in the end, only the Southern Rainbow Army led by Dexing remained. A black mountain range towered into the clouds, with densely packed mechanical puppets shuttling back and forth like ants. All of these mechanical puppets were of all shapes and sizes. Some dragged large cloaks filled with oars, and moved forward while gasping for air. Some looked like arthropods that could easily drill into the soil, and every time they came out, they would spit out a large pile of oars. And some had disproportionately large bellies that released steam, and the inside of their bellies would rumble as oars were crushed into powder. Chapter 682. Don't forget, no one is more familiar with the aura of the Southern Cross Army than me. Didn't you leave it to the little guy so that he could find this place? Temple did not dare to rashly start a war between gold saints. How many gold saints does the temple have? Tang Tian suddenly asked. The godlike young man's method of solving problems was abnormally violent. He directly started a war. But Ursa Major Constellation did not have any gold saints. Furthermore, the strategic significance of the sacred Saint Galaxy's passage was enough to suppress everything else. Forget about the Ursa Major Constellation. Even if it was the Leo constellation that occupied the Wuan star, the temple would definitely take action. If the Honorable Marshal Alliance were to invade, it would be a sneak attack by the army, and it would be easier for them to sense an ambush. What if it was Temple? For such an important place, Temple would definitely send out their strongest experts. Sima Xiao quickly noticed the tense atmosphere of Wuan star, and immediately reacted. You plan to deal with the Honorable Marshal Alliance here? Along the way, Tang Tian also gave them the heavy responsibility of training the Null Division. Han Bingning and the others fought bravely and were strong, but they were not qualified generals. After fighting for so many years, he knew that panic was useless in a predicament. Furthermore, like father, like son, when Tang Tian realized that he might face a gold saint, he was already 100% sure that the temple would definitely send out a gold saint. It was not because of the strategic significance of the sacred Saint Galaxy passage, but because of the Honorable Marshal Continent. There was no better opponent than this. No. I'm just thinking that he'll have to suffer a lot along the way. I promised my wife that I would take good care of him. If she knew I did this in heaven, She would come after me to kill me. If they couldn't even complete the first mission that Tang Tian had given them, their achievements would be nothing more than an illusion. The two prideful young men would definitely not be able to tolerate it. He was not worried about his own safety at all. As long as he did not jump out, regardless if it was Temple or Ursa Major constellation, they would not easily make things difficult for him. Because behind him was Scorpio constellation, because of his senior brother Qiu Ji Jun Gold Saints, the strongest saints, they possessed unparalleled destructive power. Sima Xiao's sharp senses surprised Tang Tian. He did not answer but asked, "How did you see through it?" The tyrant, the butcher that ruled the Ursa Major constellation, did not have any wisdom in politics. They only had one way to solve problems: war. If there was dissatisfaction, then there would be war. If there was dispute, then there would be war. If there was conflict, then there would be war. Tang Tian muttered to himself with a feverish and fearless expression. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his white teeth. Nai Qiu and Zhong Li Bai opened their eyes wide. The two of them looked at Sima Xiao in shock. The feeling that Sima Xiao spoke of was something that they could faintly feel, but the two of them had never thought about it. Could it be that Ursa Major constellation is full of perverts? Tang Tian did not panic at all. A light aura flashed past Sima Xiao's eyes. Tilda, this guy's fighting spirit. Tilda, there were not many changes to the new training plan. Tang Tian could see that the two of them had put a lot of thought into it. It was indeed optimized. To be able to change Bing's training plan, the two of them had strength that was worthy of recognition. It was as though a wild beast had awoken from its slumber in his body, and he was extremely eager. His current strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, one-on-one battles were no longer able to make him feel excited. Wuan Star was just a fringe planet with sparse energy and no special products, thus there was no value in occupying it. Everyone thought that the reason why Tang Tian had occupied Wuan Star was because it was his hometown. Even the Honorable Martial Alliance, who were sworn enemies, did not want to make things difficult for Tang Tian just because of this. But the Ursa Major constellation's fighting strength was terrifying, and they won every battle. He spoke without hesitation. There should not be more than 5. Nai Qiu and Zhong Li Bai, who were beside Tang Tian, had a strange look flash past their eyes. The two of them muttered to themselves, and revealed enlightened expressions. Tilda, experts. Tilda, don't be so long-winded, fight. Is it really good for you to be so artistic? Thus they realized with fear and trepidation that all the seemingly illogical details had a deeper meaning behind them. He then explained the reason: if it is more than that, they will not tolerate the Leo constellation for long, and will definitely not hesitate to directly destroy the Leo constellation, and destroy the 12 ecliptic palaces. Tilda, that's right, Temple will definitely send out Gold Saint. Tilda, in front of a Gold Saint, any ambush would not be able to hide. The person who wrote the training plan was a true expert. So it's like that. I never thought that the passage would actually be here. Sima Xiao was enlightened. Wuan Star had been controlled by the Ursa Major constellation for a long time. No one had ever felt that it was strange, and no one had ever thought of stopping Tang Tian from obtaining Wuan Star. Because there are too many armies here. Sima Xiao explained, although I have not seen the exact distribution of the army, but I feel that the number of soldiers at the outer perimeter is heavier than the inner perimeter. If it is for defense, it should be the opposite. You said that you have a plan, so it is easy to guess. Gold Saints. The two of them became more honest, and along the way, they did their best, and the Null Division's fighting strength had a significant increase. This conclusion was a great shock to the two people who thought highly of themselves. Even in the Leo constellation, where there were many powerful generals, the two of them admitted that they did not lose to anyone, and when the two of them came to the Ursa Major constellation, they were more or less arrogant. Comparing military generals, the Ursa Major constellation and the Leo constellation were completely incomparable. Temple has the most Gold Saints. Sima Xiao's mouth revealed a faint smile. His tone was relaxed, but the light aura in his eyes was extremely cruel. The two of them looked at each other. When the two of them handed over the training plan to Tang Tian had a whole new level of respect for the two of them. The little brat is here. Actually, you are the Gemini constellation. To change your face so quickly. To wear the crown, One must bear its weight. Then come. But facing the perverse Sima Xiao, they once again received a blow. They did not recognize Sima Xiao, and only felt that the boy next door young man was extremely unfathomable. That's true. Tang Tian scratched his chin. Sima Xiao's reminder immediately made him realize his oversight. You're so sure? If that's the case, they should be sending out 2 to 3 of them. The flames in Tang Tian's eyes became even more intense. Facing such a strong explosive barrel, everyone obediently kept their mouths shut. No one would easily offend him. If they were to ignite the barrel, it would not be good for anyone. They did not speak. Up till now, regardless of whether it was the Honorable Martial Alliance or Temple, even when they were fighting with the Leo constellation, they had never sent out a gold saint. That was because the Leo constellation also had their own gold saint, the Lion King Lei Ang. Other than that, the Sagittarius Empress was also a gold saint. Tang Tian then let Han Bingning and the rest test out their training plan. Speaking of fighting, you truly have nothing better to do. Relax, very soon we will be busy. Sima Xiao was not used to the fanatical fighting intent in Tang Tian's eyes. He subconsciously looked away and said, it should be 2 people, they have a place, and will definitely leave 1 person behind. The remaining 2 will guard against the Lion King and the Empress. But as they went deeper, their fiery hearts slowly calmed down, and became ice cold. Because they realized that the Null Division's training plan was actually more outstanding than what they had thought. Just when the entire Heaven's Road's eyes were attracted to the Sacred Saint Galaxy auction that was about to begin in Bearhead City, a group quietly arrived at Wuan Star. As long as they opened up the pathway between the Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road, the Honorable Martial Continent's great army would flood into Heaven's Road and raze it to the ground. The 2 of them racked their brains, discussing day and night without stopping. Their 200% desperate attitude definitely surpassed their graduation exams. The entire process of discussion was accompanied by intense arguments, but the discussion was fruitful. The 2 of them finally came up with something, although it did not satisfy them, but at least it did not look too shabby. They were prepared to go all out. How exciting. I am truly looking forward to it. That's right, but, you also know, even if I were to go back, I might not be able to reach the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Sima Xiao muttered, it truly is a good opportunity. But, such a formation is too obvious. If I can sense it, then the old fogies of the Honorable Martial Alliance will definitely be able to sense it as well. Although Tang Tian did not reply directly, but his words confirmed Sima Xiao's guess. Gold Saints, that was the title of a legend. The 2 of them felt that they were a joke. They actually thought that with their strength, as long as they joined the Ursa Major constellation, they would be able to command an army without any problems. But the reality was cruel. They suddenly realized that they were unable to come up with a training plan. In their eyes, the Null Division's training plan was already perfect to the point that they could not find any flaws in it. Some of the unremarkable details, and even some of the unreasonable contents, they were prepared to change them, but out of caution, they still thought about it carefully. But now, he had no choice but to admit that he had underestimated Tang Tian. Beneath the seemingly reckless and crude actions, there was always a hidden motive, truly a scheming fellow. Tang Tian's breathing suddenly became hurried. Tang Tian licked his lips, his eyes blazing with flames. He even thought that if Ling Shu knew that he had the chance to spar with a gold saint, he would definitely be envious to the point of flying into a raid. After a short moment of silence, the 2 of them who were originally enemies chose to cooperate. Their situation was the same. At that moment, other than forming an alliance, they could not think of any other way. Sima Xiao's gaze did not leave Tang Tian. He did not see any panic on Tang Tian's face. He was even more curious about what Tang Tian would do. His standard is far more outstanding than ours. Sima Xiao looked at Tang Tian. He looked like a boorish person, but in truth, he was not as stupid as others thought. He had never looked down on Tang Tian. In truth, out of all the opponents that he had meticulously researched, Tang Tian was definitely ranked in the top 3. You want to fight? That's right. Tang Tian did not hide anything. The Honorable Martial Alliance will definitely find out that the passageway is in Wuan Star. I do not doubt it at all. I feel that it is a good opportunity. It was the first time the 2 of them had come into contact with the zero-energy body, and the brand-new power system caused them to be shocked, but also filled with excitement. The old and mediocre military generals only wanted to be muddle-headed, and they were extremely repulsed by new things. But to the young and ambitious Nai Qiu and Zhong Li Bai who only wanted to establish themselves, it was undoubtedly a delicious feast. Chapter 683. Sima Xiao rolled his eyes. Act, keep acting. You are so scheming that it can scare people to death, and now you are acting in front of me. Do you really think I am that naive? Who are you trying to trick? Oh please, even if you are trying to trick a ghost, you still need to act properly. The magic box had already been opened, and with just his own strength, he had stirred up the entire Heaven's Road. How many people could accomplish such a feat? It was so exciting, so anticipated. How many people's fates were in his hands? After a short period of peace, the remaining ecliptic palace constellations immediately panicked. They all started to denounce the actions of the Honorable Martial Alliance. On the contrary, the enemies of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the Leo constellation, were strangely keeping quiet. He could see Temple's misgivings. Do we need to support the other constellations? The commander of the Fourth Army, Rgut, asked. He was rubbing his palms together. Clan Elder and stood in front of the window, staring out. He was in a daze. He finally understood what he was afraid of. The situation that had been in place for thousands of years was about to be completely destroyed, and all of this was because of him. That trace of fear came from his gigantic plan. It was a magic box, and even he did not know what would fly out from it. He decided to take the initiative and change his target. Clan Elder and who was on the tall building watched the scene in front of him expressionlessly. His face did not have the slightest bit of complacency or smile. The light from the fire reflected on his face, causing his face to flicker like a statue. Temple was moved by the ambitious plan to recreate a powerful constellation that could rival the sacred Saint Galaxy. It held a fatal attraction to them. If it was truly realized, then the Honorable Martial constellation would be able to contend against the sacred Saint Galaxy, and they would no longer have to bow down to anyone. They used their own actions to prove Heaven's Road's proverb. Aquarius martial artists only need to use money to defeat their enemies. When the entire Heaven's Road's eyes were attracted to the auction of the Ursa Major constellation, the Aquarius King had a worried look on his face. The once overflowing power of the Honorable Martial Alliance, in that moment, had the feeling of the sun setting in the west. He patiently waited for the enemy to arrive. What am I afraid of? And the ultimate goal of the Honorable Martial constellation was to conquer the 12 ecliptic palaces and merge them into one, forming an unprecedented super constellation. The other party's saints are actually twice as many as ours. The subordinate's report came to an abrupt end. He saw the master raise his hand, and he hurriedly swallowed the words that were in his throat. Aren't they going to retreat? Tang Tian pointed at the intelligence report. What a pity, that gold saint can't come. Tang Tian was filled with regret. Wu and Star. He vigorously promoted low-level officials who did not achieve their ambitions and appointed them to important positions, which won him a lot of support. After that, he organized the Aquarius constellation to choose the new Aquarius King, and announced the precise time to retreat. That's why we're here. Elder turned around and looked at the subordinates in front of him, his indifferent and deep eyes showing a hint of fanaticism. Look at the ground under your feet. It was the wealthiest constellation in the entire Heaven's Road, and it was said that it possessed 1/8 of the wealth in Heaven's Road, so rich. As long as we take it down, these riches will be ours. With this wealth, we can build a stronger army, we can groom more gold-ranked martial artists, we can do more things. Although he did not obtain any relevant information, Tang Tian was confident that the Gold Saints would definitely come, because the pathway was too important. The wealthiest constellation in Heaven's Road possessed wealth that made people jealous, but their military equipment was extremely lax. The Aquarius army possessed extremely luxurious equipment, but they lacked fighting spirit. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that all the armies from top to bottom were extremely passionate about doing business, and every army had their own businesses. Doesn't seem like it. Du and Qing muttered. They chose the Aquarius constellation, and they have always been closer to it. If it was a diversion, they should have attacked us or our allies. The authority of the clan elders was greatly reduced, but Elder was an exception. In such a predicament, Eldarin went against the flow and quietly gathered a group of talents, causing his position in the Honorable Martial Alliance to rapidly rise, and he had already become the #1 person in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Andre reminded, could it be a diversion? Suspicion surfaced on the subordinates' faces, because to them, the Honorable Martial Alliance and Temple's mission was to welcome the arrival of the army. With such a reason, how could they convince the important figures of Temple? It was illogical. It was too illogical. As long as they took it down, they would obtain the largest wealth in Heaven's Road, and who could stop them? Lei Ang's gaze turned to the commander of the 6th Army, Duan Qing. Duan Qing had led the 6th Army to ambush the 9th Gold Branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance, causing the 9th Gold Branch to be expelled, and then ambushed and heavily injured the 7th Gold Branch that came for revenge, causing his name to rise. The super-large constellation named Honorable Martial Alliance, its energy concentration would increase to an astonishing level, comparable to the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Eldarin's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the crucial meeting, where he spoke passionately, and was in the limelight. Temple also had the same thoughts, but I stopped them. Eldarin's first blade was aimed at the Aquarius constellation. The security minister also knew that the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely not accept what he said, and said, I think that the Honorable Martial Alliance is just finding a way to step down. Why don't we find a death row prisoner to deal with, and we will compensate them a bit more. When the entire Honorable Martial Alliance and Temple's higher-ups decided to send out Gold Saints to attack and occupy Ursa Major Constellation, Eldarin stood out from the crowd and persuaded Temple. Although he had always felt that the threat of Ursa Major Constellation was bigger than Leo Constellation, but this time, he endured. The Honorable Martial Alliance and the 12 Ecliptic Palaces had been peaceful for so many years, although the Honorable Martial Alliance frequently interfered with the internal affairs of the Ecliptic Palace constellations, but on the surface, they were amiable and gave face. Due to their attachment to power and intense unease, after a short period of silence, Temple agreed to Eldar's Honorable Martial Constellation. The fall of Aquarius Constellation shocked Heaven's Road. An Honorable Martial Alliance clan elder was assassinated while attending a banquet in the Aquarius Palace, and when he was discovered, he was already dead. The atmosphere in Wuan Star was as heavy as lead. The Saint unit that had just been transferred over acted as though they were facing a great enemy, and even the usually arrogant Tang Cho had a stern expression. If Tang Tian's prediction was true, it meant that all of their previous arrangements had to be destroyed. As long as we give it our all, we can definitely seize the passage. But if the army comes, what can we do? Up till now, we have not taken down any constellation. The wealth of the entire Heaven's Road is in our hands, and only a pitiful portion. What credit do we have? We have no credit at all. We will just be forgotten, and the higher-ups will just give us some small benefits, and we will be sent away. You think that this reason can convince the Honorable Martial Alliance? The Aquarius King's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Why did they make a move on Aquarius Constellation? Sima Xiao revealed a harmless smile, simple, to protect themselves. They feel that the Honorable Martial Continent's move against Heaven's Road is already set in stone, and they are not direct descendants of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, so what will they do in the future? They will first obtain something in their hands, so that when they negotiate in the future, they will at least have some bargaining chips. As long as they have 3 to 5 Ecliptic Palace constellations, they will have the leeway to bargain. One after another, figures slowly floated into the sky, surrounding them from all directions. The subordinates were enlightened, and all nodded their heads. Money should be controlled by the light. The ancient 12 Ecliptic Palaces are already rotten. We need to bring a brand new order to Heaven's Road, an order that is enveloped by the light. His subordinates were infected by his fanaticism, their breathing became hurried, their eyes filled with blood veins, killing intent soaring. The chief of security hesitated for a moment. We suspect that the target was killed by someone familiar. If not, with the target's strength, no one would be able to assassinate him silently. Could it be an internal struggle within the Honorable Martial Alliance? It doesn't matter how Aquarius Constellation replies. The man did not even turn his head, and muttered to himself, Lei Ang and the rest definitely think that we will definitely attack Ursa Major Constellation. There were even a few strategists who came up with a new deduction. that the Honorable Martial Alliance was already unable to make ends meet in the long-term war with the Leo constellation, and they urgently needed a new source of income, and Aquarius constellation was undoubtedly able to satisfy them. Once the Honorable Martial Alliance occupied the ecliptic palace constellations, they would completely erase the rotten upper echelons, and vigorously promote the lower echelons, and would be able to firmly grasp the ecliptic palace constellations in their hands. At that time, even if the Honorable Martial Continent came, they would not be able to easily snatch the fruits of victory from their hands. An Yi who had obtained the support of Temple became the chief clan elder of the Honorable Martial Alliance, and the entire Honorable Martial Alliance was handed over to him, allowing him to push forward the Honorable Martial constellation. An Yi also became the chief clan elder with the most authority in the entire history of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Sima Xiao looked at Tang Tian's eyes filled with killing intent, and sensed that something was amiss. In the past few days, he had some understanding of Tang Tian's character. Gold Saint, these 4 words were like Mount Tai pressing down on them, causing them to be unable to breathe. The majority of the people believed in that statement, and their tensed-up mental state finally relaxed. And the large number of diplomatic groups that the Honorable Martial Alliance had sent out proved that the Honorable Martial Alliance did not wish to become enemies with all the ecliptic palace constellations. He had made preparations to fight with the Gold Saints, but in the end, the Gold Saints did not come, and it was like a punch hitting thin air, causing Tang Tian's entire body to feel extremely uncomfortable. The series of actions caused the other constellations to finally believe that the Honorable Martial Alliance only wanted to take the opportunity to plunder. That's right. Master is right. If that was the case, they could imagine the situation they would be in. It was said that all the people in the sacred Saint Galaxy were saints. Just this point alone was enough to cause everyone to feel an immense pressure. But very few people knew that the previously unknown Duan Qing had an illustrious family background. His father, before Lei Yang had become the Lion King, was already his personal bodyguard, and after that, he led an army and achieved outstanding military achievements, but unfortunately, he was sacrificed in an intense battle. The entire Heaven's Road was denouncing the actions of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Eldaran's words caused the subordinates' faces to reveal a look of reverence. The position of Temple was extremely high, everyone had their eyes on the top of their heads, and no one would place the Honorable Martial Alliance in their eyes. To be able to convince Temple, in the entire Honorable Martial Alliance, only the Master had such influence. Report. The Aquarius 8 great families have been controlled. The entire temple revolved around the Honorable Martial constellation, strategy, and they still had 10 years. After calming himself down, he continued to report. He announced that the Honorable Martial Alliance had no intention to change the traditions of the Aquarius constellation, and after the order of the Aquarius constellation was established, the Honorable Martial Alliance would completely leave the Aquarius constellation and hand it over to the new Aquarius king. Beneath their luxurious clothes were already rotting bodies. When the balance was broken, when the Honorable Martial Alliance tore off their disguise, the entire Heaven's Road became silent. Amidst the flickering flames, Clan Elder and laughed silently, as though the flames were blazing and fanatical. Clan Elder firmly believed that with just a light strike, the ecliptic palace's constellations that caused people to revere would be like bubbles, instantly shattering and disappearing into ashes. In other words, the Honorable Martial Alliance was just taking advantage of the big families, although it was a little ugly, but the Honorable Martial Alliance did not have the intention to become enemies with the 12 ecliptic palaces. Because if the 12 ecliptic palaces were to unite, it was enough to cause the Honorable Martial Alliance to feel fear. As the Ursa Major King, Tang Tian was heading to an unknown place, how could he not have an army protecting him? That was illogical. Unless the passage did not allow large groups to pass through, and only then would there be no army accompanying him. Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Where? I told the masters, why do we need to attack and occupy Ursa Major constellation? For the passage. We have the passage, we only need 10 years, after 10 years, the passage will naturally open. If we attack and occupy Ursa Major constellation now, and seize the passage, then we have no reason to stop the army from coming. He did not know how to describe his current feelings. Anticipation? Eager to try. But why was there a trace of fear mixed in? Master, This is the reply from the Aquarius constellation, they said. The fate of the Aquarius constellation should be decided by the Aquarius people. The old order of the ecliptic palaces was already completely rotten, and he wanted to establish a new order, a brand new honorable order of the ecliptic palaces. Tang Tian looked at the news regarding the fall of the Aquarius constellation in shock. He did not understand why the Honorable Martial Alliance did not attack the Wuan star, but went to attack the Aquarius constellation. Why do they need reinforcements? The Lion King sneered, his mouth revealing a dense ridicule. Those fellows who are unable to accomplish anything, it is best for them to be killed by the Honorable Martial Alliance. Although I do not know why the Honorable Martial Alliance started to attack the 12 ecliptic palaces, but the matter is too big, and we will see if they can take care of it. He rubbed his head. Have you found out anything yet? However, as the day approached, everyone in the Holy Temple suddenly realized that they were not prepared. How would the Honorable Martial Continent treat them? How would they treat Heaven's Road? No one was more familiar with the dark side of human psychology than Sima Xiao. With just a glance at the report, he could guess most of it. The Aquarius King rejoiced that everyone's attention was attracted to the Ursa Major constellation. If not, the matter would definitely shake Heaven's Road, and the Aquarius constellation would definitely be covered in dust. Report. The Aquarius Palace has been surrounded by us, and is currently resisting. And saw through this point, he found the insecurities of the high and mighty figures in temple. Different from the other people who were depressed and nervous, Tang Tian was filled with fighting spirit, like a wild beast that was full of energy and thirst for battle. The Honorable Martial Alliance announced that they had no intention to change the structure of Heaven's Road, and announced the reason for their attack on the Aquarius constellation, as one of their clan elders was murdered in the Aquarius constellation. The Honorable Martial Alliance requested for the Aquarius constellation to investigate the death of their clan elder and punish the murderer, but were rejected. Other than the Leo constellation and Sagittarius constellation, the other constellations were weak and decayed. After a long period of peaceful life, the aristocrats of the ecliptic palace constellations had long lost their vigilance towards danger, and like livestock, they indulged in pleasure. This atmosphere had been nurtured for a long time, and was already deeply rooted. What was even more terrifying was that the entire upper class had already divided up all the resources, and used their authority to occupy any space that they could, completely blocking the path for the lower class citizens to rise. Lei Yangqing had always valued friendship, and had always cherished the son of his comrade in arms. Duan Qing's daring but meticulous personality was the same as his father, and was deeply loved and trusted by the Lion King. The Aquarius King instructed, "Go and talk to them, just give them more money, and don't create any problems." Clan Elder An revealed a faint smile, but this smile did not give off any warmth, as an invisible pressure enveloped the room. Although Clan Elder An was young, his authority was immense, and although the subordinates had their suspicions, no one said anything. In Clan Elder An's eyes, the Aquarius constellation was a fattened-up pig or sheep. The commotion gradually escalated. In the intense shouts and killing, the citizens who were fleeing in all directions had fear and panic on their faces. The guards who were caught unprepared were panicking, and in front of the elites of the Honorable Martial Alliance, they were defeated. All of the generals were proficient in strategy, and upon hearing that, their eyes lit up. Clan Elder An's heart was extremely calm, as though the commotion outside was unable to cause any ripples in his heart. The entire plan was completely planned by him, and it was this plan that moved Temple. No one knew how powerful a gold saint was, and the pressure was naturally unprecedented. In the bustling city where people shuttled back and forth, on a tall building that reached the clouds, a 30-year-old man looked down at the ant-like people below him. If Jing Hao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the man in front of him was the Honorable Martial Alliance's Clan Elder An, who had once tried to recruit him. Who should I find to fight? Let's move. In truth, when the Sacred Saint Galaxy had requested for them to investigate the suspicious targets, Clan Elder An had immediately identified Tang Tian and the rest. After that, Ursa Major Constellation had publicly announced the existence of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and confirmed his guess. Furthermore, Clan Elder An had also determined that the passage had not truly been opened. The current Honorable Martial Alliance was no longer as illustrious as it was in the past. Clan elder and said with deep meaning. All of the generals nodded their heads. The taste of blood and authority, how beautiful. After Lei Yang finished reading the report, he snorted, a bunch of idiots, they can't even see through the smoke screen of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance is going to make a big move, it is truly strange, why would they ignore the passage? But Clan Elder and subsequent actions proved that he was not a brainless butcher. The saints stationed in the city flew into the sky, their faces were filled with anger, killing intent soaring, but very quickly, the anger on their faces disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a paper white face. He started to instigate the temple, and pushed out his own plan that had been brewing for a long time. In their minds, the Honorable Martial Continent was just a symbol of loyalty, they completely did not know what the real Honorable Martial Continent was like, as no one had been there before. The plunder was enough for the Honorable Martial Alliance to eat their fill. Wild beasts that had eaten their fill, before they had completely digested and rested, they would not be interested in other prey. The Honorable Martial Alliance had exerted immense pressure on him, and had even sent out an army to the border, threatening that if the Aquarius constellation could not find the culprit, they would take action themselves. The Aquarius king knew that the other party was just expressing their stance. In history, the Honorable Martial Alliance and the 12 Ecliptic Palaces had many conflicts, but they had never taken the initiative to attack the Ecliptic Palaces, except for the Leo constellation. The Aquarius constellation flowed with blood, and the number of nobles that were beheaded every day numbered in the hundreds. The floorboards in front of the Aquarius Palace were as red as blood. With such an outcome, how can I explain to the Honorable Martial Alliance? The old Aquarius king said helplessly. Report. The garrison army has been defeated, all the captains and above have been killed. Leo constellation, Royal Palace. Humans were afraid of the unknown. I suspect that their goal is most likely the Ecliptic Palaces constellations. Duan Qing's eyes flashed with a look of worry, they definitely have some sort of plan. The big shots of Temple were convinced by Anne, they were already used to being high and mighty, used to not going back on their words, and in the depths of their hearts, they did not wish for the Honorable Martial Continent to come. They could already imagine their fate at that time, everything they enjoyed would be taken away, and in the entire Honorable Martial Continent system, they would be at the edge. Temple's appearance meant that the Honorable Martial Alliance had already lost control of the situation. The stronger Temple caused the Honorable Martial Alliance's authority to be greatly reduced. What truly caused the Honorable Martial Alliance to suffer a heavy blow was the consecutive defeats they had suffered at the hands of the Ursa Major constellation. The plan that they had been brewing for 10 years was finally going to be implemented. The Aquarius army that was famed for its endurance and tenacity in history had long disappeared with the flow of time. Even the higher-ups of the Aquarius constellation were not willing to talk about the legendary army with glorious victories, because it was truly too wretched, and all of the fat-bellied old men in luxurious clothes were too ashamed to talk about it. The chief of guards laughed bitterly. No, when the target died, there was no movement at all. He was killed by a dagger-type weapon, and did not seem to notice anything when he was killed. They calmed themselves down and waited for the master to reveal the truth to them. Because Tang Tian did not have an organized army by his side. As for the war between the Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance, to the majority of the people, Lei Yang, who had an explosive temper and loved to fight, was definitely responsible for it. Report. The treasury has been taken control. If the gold saints do not come and find us, we can go and find them. Sima Xiao's tone was filled with enticement. I know a place with gold saints guarding it, what about it? Shall we go and fish it out? It's a heaven-sent opportunity. To be able to move Temple, Anne's Honorable Martial Constellation naturally had something to offer. That's right, the more constellations the Honorable Martial Alliance took over, the more their strength would be scattered, and to the Leo constellation, it was definitely a good thing. No one felt that the methods used to deal with ordinary armies could be used to deal with gold saints. The plan made the Aquarius king extremely satisfied, his thoughts were the same as the chief of guards. The Aquarius constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance did not have any hatred, and both parties had always cooperated with each other, especially in terms of business. The subordinates bowed and silently left the room. Temple originated from the Honorable Martial Continent, but after 500 years, the original founder had already passed away. The entire temple was filled with Heaven's Road people, and towards the unfamiliar and mysterious Honorable Martial Continent of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, they were filled with reverence. This reverence was formed from a long period of instilling. From the beginning, Temple and the Honorable Martial Alliance were defined as the frontlines of the Honorable Martial Continent's army, and generation after generation, they were instilled with the mission that they had to undertake. Rather than handing the war to the Honorable Martial Continent, it was better for them to do it. Rather than letting the Honorable Martial Continent conquer Heaven's Road, it was better for them to conquer it. It was more suitable for Heaven's Road to be ruled by the Heaven's Road people. No matter how many things were handed out, they could still keep a portion. At the very least, the bigger the territory that they conquered, when it was time to reward them, their contributions would be greater. The urgent and sharp reports came one after another. Chapter 684. You said Bradley? Arlun turned. Suddenly, a servant stumbled in and delivered a piece of news. When Bradley rushed to the diplomatic base, the Frost Mountain Army was already under martial law, and after reporting, he was finally allowed to enter the army encampment. When he entered the encampment, he was shocked, because he realized that the Frost Mountain Army was already packed and ready to move out. What's going on? But, you have to pay a price for your ideals, you have to pay a price for your dignity. The more you want to obtain, the bigger the price you have to pay, and nothing can be obtained out of thin air, right? Arlun suddenly said. The arrogant Taurus, his horns were always pointed towards the sky like sword. I am sorry. Arlun softened his voice. Our mission is to protect Miss Lei's safety. Everything else is not as important as this. We have decided to retreat early. We will move out at night. If you are willing, you can come and find us. Bradley still remembered his father's bewildered look, and for some reason, his heart became even more sorrowful. He closed his eyes, and tried his best to clear his mind. Maybe it was his destiny. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and his light brown pupils regained their calmness. He did not like the Taurus constellation, so he did not like it, the rotten flesh all over their bodies, the crisscrossing nobles, forming a huge system, and his father, he was powerless to oppose them. But that is the Aquarius constellation. Bradley stuttered. It was precisely because of this fantasy that he maintained his restraint even when those pot-bellied fellows were holding gold-painted pipes and mocking him with thick smoke that almost blew on his face. He knew that his actions would not make them like him, but he did not care. Give me a cup of water. He found Arlun and asked. That's right, if it was just for money, the Honorable Martial Alliance's army was here. No matter how much they wanted, the Aquarius constellation would give it to them. But to wipe out the entire aristocratic class, there was only one possibility. The Honorable Martial Alliance wanted to completely topple the original ruling class of the Aquarius constellation. Every single one of them did their best, for the sake of eating their fill, to feed their families, to win the praise, to be able to follow the Wolf King. Battle after battle, they were reborn bit by bit and regained their dignity. The Lapus people of today were famous for their perseverance and fighting skills. They were one of the few elite soldiers in the world. Many people heard the news and came, waving their money. But in the hearts of every knoll, they were fighting to follow that person. After drinking some warm water, Brad finally recovered a little, but the haze in his eyes did not dissipate. Thinking of the nightmarish scenes of the past few days, he felt terrible. This was his fantasy. No. We have discussed it before. Arlun said solemnly, the Honorable Martial Alliance wants to take action against the ecliptic palace constellations, and definitely not plunder. It was very simple. If it had been a robbery, the Honorable Martial Alliance would not have killed so many nobles. The Honorable Martial Alliance has killed almost all the aristocratic families of the Aquarius constellation. What do you think this means? He quietly endured, even though he had an honorable identity, but he had never thought of using his position to suppress the voices. The voices were filled with quarrels, filled with ridicule, but it was a type of voice. Maybe the majority of people would laugh it off, or ridicule it, but those who were willing to change, those who had fantasies in their hearts, could hear it. But following that, an indescribable rage erupted like a volcano, soaring straight to his head, causing him to lose control. He was like an enraged wild bull, his roar causing the entire palace to tremble. His bloodshot eyes frightened everyone, including his father. It was the first time the Taurus king had seen his son so angry, to roar like that. Brad spoke to Jerome again, but Jerome did not believe him. Luckily, Jerome did not advise him to rest or ridicule him like the others. Jerome knew Brad's ambition, and only told him that since the Frost Mountain army was planning to leave, he should follow them, and quickly rebuild the Taurus army. That way, even if they were to meet with danger, they would have another layer of protection. What? The Honorable Martial Alliance might attack us? The Taurus king did not agree, but thinking about his son's angry roar yesterday, he tried his best to control himself. There are no signs that the Honorable Martial Alliance will attack us, so what do we have? We are not the tycoons of the Aquarius constellation, in the 12 ecliptic palaces, we are only considered average. If they attack us after taking over the Aquarius constellation, unless they are crazy, it will cause the other constellations to feel extremely uneasy, and everyone will unite to oppose them. The Honorable Martial Alliance have no reason to attack us. Because you are too weak. Arlun was not courteous, and went straight to the point. At this stage, if we were to fall into a fight, it will be extremely disadvantageous for the Honorable Martial Alliance. They need to settle the fight quickly, that way, they can use the might of victory to intimidate the other constellations, and destroy their alliance. Why? Brad's throat became dry. He gathered his courage and found the Great Marshal, and told him about Arlun's guess. The Great Marshal laughed out loud, as though he had heard a joke. He patted Brad's shoulder, and told him not to be afraid. The Taurus constellation could defeat any enemy, including on the card table. With that, he changed his clothes, hummed a tune, and prepared to participate in the banquet and the card game. Brad did not know how he came out of the palace. He was not a person with a fiery temper, he was humble and tolerant, but in the past few days, he could not help but quarrel. All sorts of rumors and slander, all sorts of mockery and ridicule, were everywhere, and the gazes of everyone around him were filled with peculiarity. He could endure all of that. Long ago when he had knelt down and begged Silei, he knew what he would encounter, and he had already decided he would not retreat. Yes. I just received it. Brad felt that it was hard to understand. I was just about to discuss this with all of you. What's wrong with all of you? Aquarius constellation being breached, what does that have to do with us? This is just plundering. The Honorable Martial Alliance has no money. Brad realized that he could not find any reason to refute. His mind was in a mess. The Lapus constellation at that time. Arlun thought about the Million Blood Meridians awakening plan. The entire Lapus constellation was in an uproar, thinking about everyone fighting for a spot, thinking about the strict admonitions of the clan elders. Now that the world was in chaos, the ruler was weak, the ministers indulged in pleasure and did not know how to improve, the Taurus constellation made him unable to see any hope. Arlun's face congealed. Did you receive the news of Aquarius constellation being breached? He is truly not bad, that's why I spoke so much to him. Arlun nodded his head, agreeing with Zealin's words. But speaking of struggle and pain, he suddenly thought about the Lapus constellation in the past, thinking about the days where they could not even fill their stomachs. They were poor and lowly, like ants. For the sake of eating their fill, they were willing to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. He looked at Brad's bloodshot eyes, and consoled him. Brad, I think you have been working too hard recently. I think you need to rest for a period of time. Go to Oxhorn Bay and have a good vacation. Come back when you feel relaxed. You don't need to worry about the matters here. Brad clenched his fists tightly. He felt that his body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. He felt as though his muscles were made of steel. He was not fighting alone. In the past few days, he had gathered a group of people, young people who were willing to work hard to rebuild the Taurus army. In the midst of all the rumors, they were still willing to join. Their hearts were burning with the same fire as him. On the contrary, the news of the Frost Mountain Army's early retreat had spread, causing the Frost Mountain Army to become the birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bow. They mocked the Frost Mountain Army for being cowardly like mice. They thought that the Ursa Major constellation was just SOSO, to have such a huge reaction with just the slightest movement. Arlun patted the dumbstruck Brad's shoulder. Think about it. Brad leaned back on the chair without a care for his image. His tone of voice was extremely tired. The servant immediately rushed over to pour water. But the Taurus bull was the Taurus bull that he loved, it was the place where he was born and raised. As the majesty of the Taurus constellation, he was powerless to pull the Taurus bull out of the swamp, but he had to leave a trace of pride and belief for the Taurus bull. Even if the Taurus bull was destroyed, even if their homeland was lost, with this belief, with this pride, the Taurus bull could be rebuilt. Brad left the Frost Mountain Army's encampment in a daze. He suddenly realized something, and rushed towards the Taurus palace like a madman. The ground trembled, and the two of them stood up. Brad finally understood that no one would believe him, no one would believe that the Honorable Martial Alliance would attack the Taurus constellation. Brad received the news, and when he looked down, his face changed. Without saying a word, he immediately rushed out. Brad's face immediately turned white. That's right, facing such a hopeless constellation, he is already considered brave. Chen Zilin sighed. Furthermore, his heart must be struggling and in pain, to watch the Taurus constellation fall into the abyss without being able to do anything. He was not only moved by Alun's words, in truth, in the depths of his heart, when he first saw the news, he felt a faint uneasiness and fear. He did not know why, but it was this vague uneasiness that made him look for Alun and the rest to discuss. This kind of optimism caused Brad to feel fear. Alun looked at Brad with sympathy. After interacting with him for the past few days, he knew that the Taurus prince was a good person, and was not the same as those dirty people. He decided to make things clear. If the Honorable Martial Alliance decides to make a move on the ecliptic palace constellations, they will definitely not only make a move on one constellation. Because once the other constellations have recovered, they will join forces and deal with them. Once they decide to make a move, then, they will definitely have more than one target. And we think that the Taurus constellation is the most likely target. With that, he turned and left. Until he heard his father suddenly say, "You don't have to be so anxious." That cold and dissatisfied gaze caused him to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar, his limbs turning cold. To retrieve the lost glory, to retrieve the lost pride, that was the only meaning for him, Brad, to live and fight. Frost Mountain Army's encampment. The Frost Mountain Army had already completed all of their preparations, and were currently resting, waiting for the time to come before they set off. Because he was worried that they would encounter battles in the following journey, Alun hoped that his soldiers would be able to maintain sufficient strength. Brad brought a group of scattered soldiers, holding onto a tattered flag. They sprinted over. The golden wild bull on the flag was galloping in the wind, as though it was alive. "He is quite pitiful," Chen Zilin suddenly said. Chapter 685. Tilda dying in battle is worth it. Tilda Jerome, you're crazy. You actually killed Ya Lun. Duke Moa will never let you go. Another young aristocrat screamed. Liu Yaji looked at the pristine gravel city in front of him. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with fanaticism. It was his first battle after joining Clan Elder N, and under the suppression of 3 Spirit Cities' mechanical spirit weapons, no one remembered the appearance of Blood Meridian's weapons. Even Onyx Soul had given up on researching on Blood Meridian's weapons, as they thought that it had no future. Tilda, the Frost Mountain Army is right, Bradley is right. How can there be a better prey than the Taurus constellation? Tilda Jerome muttered in his heart. In the disappointing dark and decaying empire, Bradley was the only hope, the only thing worth protecting. A group of people followed behind him, all of them panicking. Jerome wielded his sword and walked forward, blood dripping from the tip of the sword to the ground. His expression was calm, his gaze determined. He had never been so clear on the mission he had to carry. His bodyguards knew that the general was serious, and without hesitation, like arrows leaving the bow, they pounced towards the young aristocrat. The blood weapons group was disbanded, and everyone had fallen apart. But he knew that Bradley truly wanted to revive the Taurus army, and in truth, he had wanted to follow Bradley. He hesitated for a long time, but still gave up. He had spent a lot of effort to sit in his position. If he were to give up, it would not be easy to come back. Jerome still hoped that Bradley would succeed. He was in the army, and he was extremely clear of the current situation. The Bullhorn army was already one of the top elites of the Taurus constellation, but compared to the Taurus army in history, they were still lacking. There was nothing he could do about this situation. Because the Bullhorn army was an elite, it naturally became the best place to shine, Countless of influential disciples wanted to enter, and many of them were people that he could not afford to offend. What better way to prove himself than to defeat the strongest mechanical army that Sai Lei had created with her own hands? When Clan Elder and decided to attack the Taurus constellation, Liu Yaezhi volunteered. Equip your armor, blow the horn. Tilda Bradley, you need to do your best. Tilda, after generations of nurturing and strengthening, the Honorable Martial Alliance series of blood meridians started to display its might. With the support of the Honorable Martial Alliance's most powerful elder, Liu Yaezhi's progress increased by leaps and bounds. High-level star spirit beasts, and even rare star spirit beasts were hunted from all over the mountains and desolate swamps. When Elder An appeared in front of his house, and said with a smile that he was willing to fund his research on Blood Meridian's weapons, he was dead set on this smiling man. Elder An did not go back on her word. Whether it was funds or any other requests, they were all met. She even found a lot of top-secret information about the Honorable Martial Alliance. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a flag, and his pupils shrank. He was unwilling to accept his failure, so he continued his research. Soon, his savings were spent, and he became destitute. A single charge really gave him a headache. The scouts had reported that they had discovered an army, which he initially thought was the Frost Mountain Army. The Frost Mountain Army's decision to protect Grandmaster Sai Lei and retreat to Three Spirit City had long become the joke of the Taurus constellation's upper class. The Frost Mountain Army was described as birds that were frightened by the mere twang of a bow. Cowardly had already become their name, and Austin had specially run over to explain it to Jerome. Absolute silence. Liu Yaezhi had finally created something that he was satisfied with. Shan Maro knew that Sai Lei was Liu Yaezhi's weak point, and the mechanical spirit weapons were Liu Yaezhi's enemies. As long as they lost to the other party, Liu Yaezhi would go crazy. I heard that the Frost Mountain Army's charge defeated the Bullhorn Army. Liu Yaezhi's voice was extremely unpleasant to listen to, like gravel rubbing against glass. Jerome's expression was cold. He spat out a word. Kill. As you wish, my guild leader, Shan Maro replied tactfully. Honorable Martial Alliance. Jerome saw the slowly approaching army in front of him, and continued to sink down. It was a strange army that he had never seen before, one after another of snow-white monsters that formed an army, slowly approaching the Bullhorn Army's encampment. The Honorable Martial Alliance's unique Honorable Martial flag fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that these monsters were in neat formation, he would have suspected that this was a beast stampede. All of the star spirit beasts were like lifeless machines. Jerome's cold voice came out, a sword light flashed in the air, and a head flew into the sky, blood spewing everywhere. A few seconds later, the headless corpse fell to the ground. The matter of the Frost Mountain Army defeating the Bullhorn Army was not a secret. The Taurus constellation wanted to cover up their defeat, so they exaggerated the Frost Mountain Army, calling it the strongest mechanical army in history, the secret weapon of the Ursa Major constellation, etc. Just thinking about it made Liu Yaezhi unable to control his excitement. No, he did not think that the Bullhorn Army could pose any threat to them. Seeing the Yearhorn Army in front of them slowly approaching in formation, the generals of the Saint Blood Army kept their disdain. But in the end, the truth proved that Shan Maro was right. Liu Yaezhi had given it his all. He forgot to eat and sleep, and worked day and night. He researched and created the unique, Honorable Martial series of blood meridians, and successfully transplanted these blood meridians into the star spirit beasts. With that, Jerome did not even look at them, and turned to leave. Liu Yaezhi's personality was eccentric, but he was stubborn, and when Shan Maro proved his ability, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. From then on, Shan Maro quickly became the second in command of the Saint Blood Army, and gained Liu Yaezhi's trust. Jerome gave out orders in an orderly manner, his calm and collected expression infected his panicking subordinates, and the restless army immediately calmed down. Making a ruckus before the battle, those who shake the morale of the army will be executed. The exclamations stopped, the young noble stared blankly at the sword that was stabbed into his chest. Plop, he fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes were wide open. Even though he was already dead, he did not understand why Jerome would make a move on him. Jerome felt awkward at that time. Tilda, if the Frost Mountain army is a bird that is startled by the twang of a bow, then why am I defeated by them? Tilda, understanding the fate of the Taurus constellation, for some reason, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Tilda, finally, I no longer have to deal with those rotten people. Finally, I no longer have to force a smile. Finally, I no longer have to carefully balance the various powerhouses. Tilda, if the Frost Mountain army can do it, so can we. Liu Yueji said coldly. After a moment, his face regained some color, and said, immediately send people to the back to stop the Frost Mountain army, let them take a detour. Yes. Tilda, this is an army of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Tilda. Liu Yueji suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with blood as he stared at Shan Mao. You said there is no meaning? Saint Blood, the strongest Blood Meridian's weapon in history. The 9th level Snow Ape King, after being modified and nurtured, created a brand new Blood Meridian's weapon. Liu Yueji also spent countless of effort to create the first mechanical army in the history of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the Saint Blood Army. Jerome's limbs turned ice cold, his face ashen, he was startled and speechless. Bradley's words were still ringing in his ears. Until he received Bradley's Star Treasure communication, which explained the suspicions in his heart, but he also felt that the Frost Mountain army was making a big fuss over a small issue. Bradley had too much trust in them, and was duped by them. Tilda, what Taurus constellation might be attacked, it was most likely the Frost Mountain army being afraid of the responsibility, and finding an excuse to leave. Tilda, gather the entire army, prepare for battle. It was the only thing he could do. Shan Mao had just arrived at the Saint Blood army, and immediately pointed out the mistakes in Liu Yueji's tactics. Liu Yueji was enraged, Shan Mao did not retreat an inch, and both parties almost fought. The proud and arrogant Liu Yueji decided to use the results to prove the other party's absurdity. Yes, Bradley. The Honorable Martial Alliance that had completely ripped off their disguise was an enemy that the Taurus constellation could not defeat. He had never seen the monster army in front of him before, but the terrifying aura they emitted made Jerome understand that they were the secret weapons of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Fighting with them took up the majority of his energy, and was much more tiring than training the soldiers. The noble disciples all had pale white faces, they were in disbelief, they never thought that the usually easy to talk to Jerome would suddenly become a completely different person. The bull horn's low cry sounded out in the pristine gravel city, like the wind blowing across the wilderness. Urgent report to the Taurus Palace, the Honorable Martial Alliance is attacking. Liu Yueji, who was at his wit's end, was actually being approached. Bradley of course had the qualifications to chase after illusions, he was the prince, and had the qualifications to do absurd things, and still be able to ascend to the throne in the future. He, Jerome, did not have the qualifications, and it was already not easy to hold on to the fruits of his labor. On the contrary, Liu Yueji tolerated Shan Mao even more, because Shan Mao's standard was extremely outstanding. Jerome, who was flying in the sky, looked at the billowing dust in front of him, his face congealing. The young noble disciples all kept quiet out of fear, their faces were pale white, afraid that they would make the slightest sound and attract a disaster. Sai Lei. Oh my God! An army of the Honorable Martial Alliance. What army is that? Why are they here? One of the noble disciples panicked, and shouted out subconsciously, We're finished. We're finished. We're finished. Yes. I know what all of you are thinking. After this battle, you can do whatever you want to me, but with the war at hand, whoever dares to break the military law, do not blame me for being merciless. Liu Yueji, who had personally controlled the Blood Meridian's weapon to fight against the mechanical spirit weapon, was even more affected. He became discouraged, his life became a mess, the mechanical spirit weapon was like a nightmare that enveloped him, he became easily angered, sensitive, crazy, and hysterical. Liu Yueji had an eccentric temper, and was extremely difficult to work with. He had sent back countless of adjutants, even clan elder, and had a headache, and could only send the military general that he admired, Shan Mao. Who knew that Shan Mao would be left behind because of Liu Yueji. He was different from the other adjutants. Wei. Shan Mao was somewhat frivolous, liked to ridicule, and had a straightforward temper, and did not always tolerate Liu Yueji. His loved ones were far away from him, his friends were far away from him, The entire world was far away from him. When he saw the flag of the Honorable Martial Alliance, he understood his own fate, and understood the fate of the Taurus constellation. No one was clearer than him on how weak the once tyrannical Taurus constellation was currently. Regardless of anything, I have to ensure the safety of His Highness. Regardless of anything, I have to keep this hope alive. That's what the report said. The one who spoke was his adjutant, Shan Marrow, who shrugged his shoulders. But he had to first solve the problem in front of him, the Bullhorn army. This kind of fight is completely meaningless. Shan Marrow disagreed. You dare. Chapter 686. The two long axes on the wings slashed down like lightning. The two gigantic axe auras swept across the entire Bullhorn army. They definitely want to defeat us in one move. We need to tell them, if they want to swallow us, be careful of their teeth. Remember our usual building blocks training. The enemies are stronger than us. They definitely do not want to drag the battle to a stalemate, and will definitely use their strongest attacks. We will use building blocks to train to disperse their attacks, and after the formation is broken, everyone will fight on their own. Remember, do not fight alone. We are not their opponent. Try to coordinate with the people around you. Shan Mao's words were like thunder. The light hammer in his hand stirred up a white light that covered the sky, and smashed towards the Bullhorn army. The situation was worse than he had imagined. After the assault, the Bullhorn army was left with a quarter of their soldiers, and none of them were unharmed. They could not help but think about the Frost Mountain army. When they attacked, they were also unstoppable. Shan Marrow raised the light hammer in his hand. Luckily for Jerome, he had a high prestige in the army, and all of the officers were personally groomed by him, thus they were extremely convinced. For some unknown reason, maybe it was the pride of the ecliptic palace constellations, maybe it was like what Jerome said, maybe it was anger and unwillingness, but no one left. The sadness on the soldiers' faces gradually disappeared, and they became unswerving. Sadness pervaded the air, and a few of the young soldiers could not help but cry. The officers were dazed, their expressions were ashen, they knew more about the matters of the higher-ups, and became more and more desperate. Both sides got closer and closer. The pressure of Mount Tai almost caused them to suffocate. The loud rumbling sounds caused everyone's ears to be unable to hear anything. Inside the smoke and dust that covered the sky, the white light was like a flame, like a demon god's killing machine, causing them to feel how insignificant they were. Do we need to block them? All right, the Bullhorn army is slightly weak, but we still have a bit of reputation. Die. No. Jerome clenched his teeth. I never thought of living. We need to give them a greeting gift. Their faces were filled with fear and panic. They hated that they were born with an extra pair of legs. They turned and ran, turning into birds. There was only one thought in their minds. We are finished. We are completely finished. We have to run for our lives. Countless figures flew, blood splattered everywhere, but before they could even land on the ground, they had evaporated. Inside, Saint Blood, the frivolous look on Shan Mao's face was gone, replaced by a serious look. The building block training was a unique training program for the Bullhorn army. It was mainly used to train the tacit understanding and coordination between the soldiers. The soldiers would form a loose formation, like a pile of building blocks. Such a formation would fall apart as soon as it was hit. However, the most difficult part of this training was to distribute the force of the impact to each soldier the moment the formation fell apart. This required extremely strong teamwork and coordination. The Taurus constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance never had any enmity. Why? The soldiers were at a loss. Was the Taurus constellation going to die? Aren't we an ecliptic palace constellation? Aren't we giants? Why was it suddenly going to perish? The soldiers of the Bullhorn army were extremely familiar with building blocks training, and the officers understood Jerome's thoughts, but they felt that Jerome's method was too negative. No matter how strong the Honorable Martial Alliance was, they should not be afraid to such an extent. Shan Marrow opened his palm, and light gathered in his hand. A white light condensed into a long-handled light hammer in his hand. Just a few days ago, everyone was still lamenting the death of the Aquarius constellation, lamenting the fact that the wealthiest constellation had died just like that. But it did not have any offensive capabilities, and upon being broken apart, the formation would be completely broken. In battle, The formation was the basis of all tactics, and a formation that was completely broken apart was unable to form an effective counterattack. That was also why it could not be used in battle. Although everyone inside the Blood Meridian's weapons had black faces, but they still completed their tactical preparations meticulously. 3 columns appeared behind Shan Mao, forming a sharp cone with 2 thick wings. It looked like a white duck that extended its head and spread its wings. It was the first time he was leading the Saint Blood army into battle, and it was also the first time the tactics he had designed were used. This army was the culmination of Clan Elder And's countless blood, sweat, and tears, as well as Liu Yueji's faith. Everyone had worked hard for so long, wasn't it, for this battle? Shan Mao's strength had quickly surpassed Liu Yueji, and his attainments in tactics were something that Liu Yueji could not compare to. In the past, the Blood Weapons Group was just a peripheral organization of the Onyx Soul, while Shan Mao was a high-ranking disciple that the Honorable Martial Alliance had meticulously groomed. Jerome's eyes were bloodshot, his left arm drooped down, the bones inside were all shattered. There were only 6 saints left by his side. 2 of them were struck by the light hammer, 2 of them were swept by the axe aura, they died on the spot, and the remaining were all covered with injuries. The ground shook, the air distorted frantically, the white light was like a flame, the ice-cold and emotionless Snow Ape King was like a demon god rushing forward. Saint Blood's descent. Shan Mao's expression was solemn, the blood in his body was boiling, the true power in his body resonated with the Saint Blood, causing the Saint Blood to light up with a faint white light. The familiar radiant spirit chi caused the emotions in his heart to slowly peel off, and he entered a strange state. A saint beside him could not help but ask, such a powerful assault, even the building blocks training would not be able to completely digest it. He suddenly understood Liu Yueji's thoughts. No one bothered about him. Shan Mao did not care. He yawned, a trace of tears appearing at the corner of his eyes, and muttered, "After the battle, have a good sleep." The extremely anxious soldiers suddenly heard their commanding officers shout, and were startled. But everyone knew that their commanding officer was not lying. The army in front of them that was waving the flag of the Honorable Martial Alliance, they did not even bother concealing it. Jerome could not be bothered, he was quickly passing down the tactics to his subordinates. The opponent was stronger than they had imagined, and ordinary tactics were not effective. Shan Mao continued to do things his own way, without any intention of changing, and gradually, everyone got used to it. But the Honorable Martial Alliance's discipline and strict etiquette had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Jerome calmly admitted it, attracting the attention of the soldiers. They could not help but guess what their commanding officer meant. The soldiers of the Bullhorn Army had always respected their commanding officer. The soldiers' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Every time they heard the name of the tactic, their faces would become ugly. Duck-style assault. Are we all ducks? Isn't the Holy Light Hammer-style assault good? Even if it is not creative, everyone can accept the honorable martial assault. Jerome's face could not help but change. The true power in his body actually became sluggish, and the silver armors on their bodies were completely suppressed. It was not only him, the saints by Jerome's side all had a change in expression. The soldiers behind him all swung their light hammers. Facing an opponent that was much stronger than him, Jerome suddenly thought of a tactic that did not have any battle value. He did not have any confidence that it would be effective, but he had no other choice. But the aristocratic disciples on the pristine gravel city were in a different situation. Jerome did not know what the monsters were. He had never heard of Blood Meridian's weapons before, but the opponent's terrifying aura that was constantly rising madly caused him to feel an incomparable shock. A quarter of a counterattack before death. Truly pitiful. Haha. Just at that moment, the Honorable Martial Alliance army started to assault. But the tactic was created by Shan Mao, and he was extremely pleased with himself, saying that the inventor had the right to name it. We are not their match, quickly run. Without saying a word, Liu Yueji threw the entire Saint Blood army to Shan Mao, and immersed himself in researching the brand new Blood Meridian's weapon. The gloomy words resonated in the air. Shan Mao walked to the front of the formation. Yaya said that we need to use an assault to get rid of them. Does anyone have any good ideas? Shan Mao asked lazily. When Shan Mao had just arrived at the army, he had been reminded by 17 soldiers in a single day to pay attention to etiquette. Truly a group of boring fellows. Shan Marrow moved his limbs. All right, then we will use an assault. Prepare for the duck-style assault. Every step was like a drum being struck. Looking down from the sky, the soles of the feet would definitely create a large pit. The white light enveloping his entire body had fused into one, and when he rushed forward, it was like a wall of light, crushing down with a terrifying might. The white hammer aura descended from the sky like a raging wave, smashing heavily into the Bullhorn army. The 9th level Snow Ape King was originally an overlord at the top of the food chain, and only saints could fight against it. They were extremely strong, and the Blood Meridian's weapons that they modified perfectly retained this characteristic. Everyone quietened down, no one left. The entire Bullhorn army was like a loose building block. After receiving the heavy blow, they scattered in all directions. No one made a sound. Shan Marrow was definitely the odd one out in the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance that revered preciseness, discipline, and etiquette, Shan Mao's casual and frivolous personality naturally did not attract people's liking. The soldiers under them didn't know what to do with their superiors. The Saint Blood, behind him all held a long-handled light hammer, while the Saint Blood, on the two flanks wielded long-handled light axes. The Honorable Martial Alliance's secret weapon? Liu Yaji definitely had the thought of competing with the Frost Mountain army, but the extreme and crazy man wanted to use such a method to tell the entire Heaven's Road. But I have no way to bring all of you to surrender. Jerome's gloomy voice came out from the armor, because the people in front of you are invaders. I know, we are powerless to stop them. I know, the Taurus constellation is about to be destroyed. I know, no one can turn the tides. We will be like the Aquarius constellation and disappear. Kill. The radiant aura that enveloped him caused his 6 senses to quickly expand. The entire battlefield was extremely clear in his mind. The originally solemn Saint Blood army behind him became even more deathly silent. Every single Saint Blood was enveloped with a faint white light. The terrifying aura pervaded the entire battlefield, but there was not a trace of life. The terrifying white light was an extremely dense energy, to the point that even the air in his vision was distorting. Jerome took a deep breath. He suddenly shouted out, "You must be afraid. Jerome is crazy, he is truly crazy. Oh my God, that is the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance's secret weapon." Liu Yaji quickly realized, the adjutant that no one liked, had an outstanding sense of balance and sharp battle intuition. He was a natural-born mechanical martial artist. So, their commanding officer became even more eye-catching. "I am unable to bring all of you to surrender. Because I want to give the empire that is about to perish the last bit of face. I do not want people to talk about the Taurus constellation's demise, that not a single army dares to resist. I do not want people to talk about the Taurus constellation's men, that they do not have any guts. It is my responsibility to protect the land, and that is the last bit of responsibility I can do. If you are willing, please stay, if not, please leave." His gaze became cold and indifferent, like a killing machine, without any emotions. Before coming to the Saint Blood army, he had never come into contact with mechanical weapons, much less the other type of Blood Meridian's weapon. But Shan Marrow, who was extremely knowledgeable, quickly grasped the brand new weapon, and not long later, he had already become the leader of the entire army. Whoosh, all of the Saint Blood squatted down. The white light aura flowed like water, merging into one. Bang! Why? I am afraid too. Jerome's gaze was miserable. The figures that flew out from his side, half of them were already dead, and a quarter of them were broken limbs. Even the building block training was unable to dissipate the impact. It was truly terrifying. It was truly a terrifying charge. And at this time, the people who felt that Jerome was too pessimistic no longer doubted Jerome's judgment. When the big monsters rushed out, everyone then knew how terrifying it was. The saint nodded his head. He was like a berserk wild beast, pouncing towards the nearest Saint Blood. Chapter 687. You guys. Will you be like Jerome? The existence of Blood Meridian's weapons was not a secret in the mechanical army. Master Bing once had a high evaluation of it, and even specially used it as an imaginary enemy in class. But no one had seen the real thing, so when Alun found out that the snow-white monsters were actually Blood Meridian's weapons, he was surprised. The Saint Blood army carried a terrifying might, rumbling as they advanced towards the pristine gravel city. "It's Blood Meridian's weapons," Chen Zilin said. He who came from Immortal Martial was knowledgeable, and immediately recognized the origin of the snow-white monsters. All shortcuts had a price to pay, and Light of the White Leaf was no exception. As it made the Dantian hollow, the originally stable structure of true power was destroyed, and it was extremely easy to cause a backlash. To suppress the backlash, Sean and the rest had no choice but to develop a corresponding medicine, which had a large number of side effects. "They have saints," Sean Marrow said loudly. "Don't mind such a small flaw. Look, we destroyed the strongest army of the Taurus constellation. They must be trembling in fear now." "Relax, I hate meddling in other people's business." Xiao Yan laughed at himself. 10 minutes later, the pristine gravel city lowered its light barrier, surrendering to the Saint Blood army. Sean was sent to a remote mountain, where he met his former adjutant, who was once the backbone of the 10th Division. The only mission they received was to continue researching on the strengthened version of Light of the Red Leaf. Although it could only erupt for a short period of time, but the fighting strength of the White Leaf army was extremely strong. But in the blink of an eye, Jones died, and the 10th army was completely wiped out. Sean looked at the Ares temple in the flames, and sighed with emotion at the ups and downs of life, and the impermanence of the world. Arlun frowned. "The Honorable Martial Alliance's Blood Meridian's weapon is much more powerful than what Master said. Seems like that is their secret weapon." He had spent countless of effort and conscientious, and finally climbed to the position of the 10th Gold Branch Master. At that time, he was at the prime of his life, and was full of ambition. He wanted to do something big, and build the Red Leaf army, and stood his ground, and pushed Jones to the position of commander. After that, he meticulously researched and created the Light of the Red Leaf secret technique, which could produce a large number of gold-ranked martial artists, and his future was limitless. "Maybe," Arlun said indifferently. His heart obviously did not agree. He did not think that anyone's loyalty to the king could be compared to the Gnolls. However, he had a gentle personality and did not like to argue. Liu Yaji stared with bloodshot eyes, and said hatefully, "You dare to stop me?" Liu Yaji's eyes lit up. "Is it Sai Lei? Catch her." It could allow a gold-ranked martial artist's Dantian pool to become illusory, forming a unique form similar to the spirit domain, and thus to a certain extent, imitating spirit techniques. How many years has it been since an army made up of saints appeared in Heaven's Road? After saying this, Sean Marrow turned around and left. Behind him, Jerome, who was no longer breathing, collapsed to the ground. Why would there be people willing to sacrifice their lives for this rotten and despairing constellation? And their test subject was a gold-ranked martial artist. Zhuo Yang maintained his calm. "We need to increase our speed, and take advantage of the chaos to leave Ares constellation. I do not believe that Master Ling Shu will watch Ares constellation fall into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance." A level 9 Snow Ape King. Chen Zilin said indifferently, "Purely in terms of strength, it can defeat a gold-ranked martial artist. Take note of the white light, that is the light aura formed by the resonance of the true radiant power. The martial techniques and spirit techniques of the Honorable Martial Alliance can unleash even greater power. It should have been transplanted with a special blood meridian. Our opponent has appeared." Although the two of them had red eyes, they did not cry. He was immediately brought to prison. Not only him, his assistant, the main personnel of the 10th Division, were all killed. Just when he thought that his life was about to end, he was saved by Clan Elder, and Sean Marrow stopped him. "At this time, we are not suitable to start a battle with Ursa Major constellation." Everyone started to cry. Liu Yaji's face twitched, his gaze fierce, his voice carrying a trace of anger and unwillingness. "This time I will let her go. If you dare to stop me next time, I will kill you first." Sean Marrow was caught off guard, and ordered, "Tell the opposing city, they have half an hour to surrender. If they exceed the time limit, the entire city will be wiped out." Liu Yaji stared at Sean Marrow, his gaze extremely unkind. His sharp voice was like an angry venomous snake spitting out its tongue. "Not only did we not take down a single one of them, we even lost 6 men. Ouyang Zhuo said hoarsely, "There will be a day, we will take it back. In the distance, a gigantic light spear pierced into the chest of Jerome, who was the only one still standing. Although they had pulled a group of people, but they were not strong, and did not have any coordination, facing the Honorable Martial Alliance army, they did not have any strength to retaliate. Helplessly, Ouyang and Zhuoyang could only take advantage of the chaos to leave Aries constellation, and return to Ursa Major constellation. Their old enemy had finally appeared. The Blood Meridian's weapons released by the Honorable Martial Alliance were extremely powerful and powerful. There's an enemy. Suddenly a scout exclaimed. He pointed to the distance. Over there. It truly made them excited. This is for your own good. Shan Marrow said indifferently, Master will not allow anyone to spoil his plans, anyone. Blood Meridian's weapon. Arlun was moved. The Honorable Martial Alliance actually has a Blood Meridian's weapon? That is Sai Lei. As long as we capture her, Ursa Major constellation is finished. No one can compete with us in terms of mechanical techniques. She is worth more than the entire Taurus constellation. Liu Yaji was so excited that his face was distorted. Without question, although the Whiteleaf army had many flaws, but it was still one of the strongest armies in the world. For the sake of rebuilding the Silver Frost mounts, the two of them snuck back to Aries constellation, and found a group of like-minded youths. When Aquarius constellation fell into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance, the two of them were worried. They knew how weak Aries constellation was, and that the Black Feathers mounts had completely fallen. Very good. Arlun spat out 2 words, then turned and left. This request that defied common sense, but gave Sean and the rest hope. They invested all of their passion and effort, and finally created the light of the white leaf, that was even stronger than the light of the red leaf. Shan Marrow did not use the light hammer, but used the light spear to pierce Jerome's chest. But this series of weaknesses did not affect the power of the white leaf army. Zhuoyang's words gave everyone hope. The extremely low morale was roused, everyone suppressed their sorrow, supported each other, and disappeared into the night. The treasure city had opened. But for some reason, seeing the Aries palace being engulfed by the flames, Sean did not feel any joy, but instead sighed. When the Silver Frost mounts swept through Heaven's Road, who would have thought that the Aries palace would actually be incinerated by the flames of war? Arlun and Chen Zilin did not say a word. They stared at the battlefield that had already ended. The Frost Mountain army that was escorting Sai Lei met Jerome's scouts, and immediately flew away. When they could see the battlefield, the battle had already ended, and they were currently 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, which was the limit of their vision. For some reason, Brad asked that question. Corpses littered the ground. In front of Saint Blood's gigantic body, the soldiers of the Bullhorn army were as weak as infants. But this will affect Master's Honorable Martial Constellation plan. Shan Marrow did not retreat. If you touch Sai Lei, Ursa Major Constellation will definitely not let it go. We can only fight. They are much stronger than the Taurus constellation. Chen Zilin said coldly, if you say that, the Crane sect, Sky Dragon and Immortals will definitely not accept it. Clan Elder An's request was to use Light of Autumn Leaves to allow gold-ranked martial artists to step into the saint rank in a short period of time. Arlun stopped, his stone-like face became arrogant. Will that happen? No. We are different from you. Anyone who dares to invade us, from the borders of Ursa Major Constellation to our king's palace, every inch of land will become a battlefield, a place to bury our bones, a place to die. Any Lapuz man, regardless of gender, old or young, regardless of where they are, regardless of their position, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, will rush here and fight to the death. Attacking and occupying Aries constellation was as easy as blowing away dust. They only needed a small team to go out and settle the battle. Brad clenched his fists tightly, his veins popping out, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears flowed down without restraint. A friend that he was familiar with since young had died in front of his eyes. It was truly cruel. Brad tried his best to wipe away his tears, but no matter how hard he tried, his vision was still blurred. I am the prince of the Taurus constellation. I carry the hope of the Taurus constellation. I want to be like the commander of the Taurus army in history, iron-blooded and emotionless. But why? Arlun understood the meaning of Chen Zilin's last sentence. Mechanical armies had always been unrivaled. In the domain of mechanical techniques, No one could compare to Three Spirit City. The mechanical spirit weapons produced by other families were at least 2 generations behind them. He looked at Brad, who had tears all over his face, and only said one sentence: "In the future, we will take revenge for them." Sai Lei's gaze landed on the Saint Blood Army in the distance, his eyes revealing an indescribable excitement. In the distance, a thick light barrier rose up. In the domain of mechanical techniques, they had always been the strongest and unrivaled. To prevent more gossip, Clan Elder and hoped that he could hide for a period of time. He was an opponent worthy of respect, and even if he was killed, he would be left with a complete corpse. Ouyang and Zhuoyang stopped, they turned their heads and looked back. Ari's city was enveloped in flames in the night sky. The ancient city that had a long history had been burnt to ashes in the flames of war. The Honorable Martial Alliance had come faster than they had expected. "You guys are probably the last courage of the Taurus constellation." Beside him, Brad's face was pale white, his entire body trembling, tears flowing down his face. The two of them stood against each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. "Tilda, are we finally going to meet our match?" Tilda, he could be considered to have left a thick and heavy mark in the history books. Shan Marrow said lazily. He suddenly raised his head, the sky lit up with a layer of faint light aura. Furthermore, the White Leaf spirit domain was not a true spirit domain, it could not sustain a long battle. On one hand, it was because its structure was not stable enough. On the other hand, the true power in a gold-ranked martial artist's body was unable to support spirit techniques, and when the true power was insufficient, they would need to ignite their life force. So, after going through an intense battle, the martial artist would become extremely weak. Chapter 688. The first to panic were not the smaller constellations, but the ecliptic palace constellations. All of these gigantic constellations had been at the top of the food chain for a long time, and maintained a tacit understanding with each other. Without much competition, they had always lived a peaceful life without any natural enemies. Be it the Honorable Martial Alliance or Onyx Soul, they all lived peacefully with them. The Libra constellation felt the immense pressure. The Libra constellation's culture advocated freedom, with all sorts of academic schools existing, but their fighting capabilities were not considered strong. The higher-ups of the Libra constellation were clear of their situation, although they were different from the Taurus constellation and Aries constellation's pursuit of pleasure, but the entire Libra constellation was immersed in academics, and did not place much importance on war preparations. At that time, they saw the rise of Ursa Major constellation's mechanical techniques, and felt that it was suitable for the Libra constellation to develop in. Thus they decided to purchase mechanical spirit weapons and related technologies from Ursa Major constellation. Tang Tian handed the defense of Heaven's Road to Tang Chou. With Tang Chou there, even if the Honorable Martial Alliance had secret weapons, it would not be easy to break through Ursa Major constellation. The opponent's move was too brilliant. Urgent report. The Small Leaf continent has been ambushed. The Red Mountain City has been breached. Suddenly, the tranquility was broken. They were horrified to find that they had become the prey of their prey. The fall of 3 ecliptic palace constellations had brought an unprecedented panic to the other ecliptic palace constellations. The locations of the cities did not follow any rules, and were extremely scattered, and it was impossible to deduce where their main bodies were from the ambushes. It was not only Tang Tian who did not understand this problem, the others did not as well. If we were to say that the previous Honorable Martial Alliance was a wily old hand, then the current one was a lunatic. Although every step of a wily old hand would cause people to be cautious, but every step of his was traceable, while no one knew what a lunatic was thinking. The White Leaf Army defeated the Black Feathers Cavalry in one move, and burned down the Aries Palace. The Saint Blood Army completely destroyed the Bullhorn Army, and accepted the Taurus constellation's surrender. The two terrifying armies had wiped out the Honorable Martial Alliance's decline in the battlefield, and used 2 beautiful victories to display their powerful fighting capabilities to Heaven's Road. The news in the past few days had caught even Tang Tian unprepared. Nothing could give them a greater sense of security than having an ally with superior combat strength. First was the Aquarius constellation, then the Taurus constellation, then the Aries constellation. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 12 ecliptic palaces had fallen. The entire Heaven's Road was speechless. The Honorable Martial Alliance had been the overlord of Heaven's Road for so many years, but there had never been a moment where everyone was filled with fear towards it. Perhaps at the beginning of the war, the Zodiac Alliance might not be a match for the Honorable Martial Alliance, but as the war progressed, the Zodiac Alliance would gradually adapt to the war, and their strong foundation would come into play. They had an astonishing population, endless resources, and a complete system of artifacts. When all of these were used in battle, they could display a terrifying power. Almost all the ecliptic palace constellations had started to expand their armies and prepare for war. However, they had been at peace for too long. Their lax military equipment made their expansion appear to be filled with panic and chaos. Only the Leo constellation remained the same. They had fought with the Honorable Martial Alliance for a long time, and were the strongest. But they paid special attention to the Red Leaf Army and the Saint Blood Army. The two brand new armies had displayed a terrifying power that even the Leo constellation did not dare to be careless against. The cities that were attacked were all cities in the Southern Alliance's small continents. And they were not the heavily guarded capitals, but were relatively important. The losses were not fatal, but it was painful. To the small continents, they were originally weak, and when they joined the Southern Alliance, they wanted to hug onto a thick thigh. Now that they had not obtained any benefits, and had suffered such a huge loss, how could the small continents be willing? In front of the Honorable Martial Alliance's war machine, the ecliptic palace constellations were like plump and strong pigs waiting for their harvest. A series of urgent reports caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. In the blink of the eye, smoke filled the air, causing people to be at a loss of what to do. 13 cities were attacked, of which 7 were breached and looted, while 6 cities experienced intense battles to repel the pirates. When the Taurus constellation and Aries constellation fell, Tang Tien was forced to cancel the ambush. Although the ambush of the Honorable Martial Alliance's mysterious encampment and killing a gold saint was extremely tempting to Tang Tien. Other than the Leo constellation, the other relatively calm constellation was the Sagittarius constellation. The Empress did not care about politics, but as a gold saint, she had the qualifications to maintain her composure. Furthermore, the entire Heavens Road knew that the Sagittarius constellation and the Ursa Major constellation had a close relationship, and unless the Honorable Martial Alliance was crazy, no one would easily provoke the Sagittarius constellation. The progress of the battle far exceeded Tang Tien's imagination. Tang Tien said resolutely, "The enemy is an expert. Urgent report. The Da Xiong continent has been ambushed, Win City has been breached." Tang Tien could not resist but ask, what exactly is the Honorable Martial Alliance trying to do? Who cares about the hundreds and thousands of changes? I will stab them to death. Powerful. Panic spread through the higher ups of the Libra constellation, and the Ursa Major constellation became their only hope. Tang Tien did not understand. The cigarette burned to the end, but Bing did not notice it. No matter how large the pirates were, they were still pirates, and in a head-on clash, they were not a match for a proper army. The advantage of the pirates was that in the sea of energy, the complicated and ever-changing sea of energy, they could come and go like the wind, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Furthermore, they were more proficient in warship battles, and not battles within continents. Where did they go? What are they trying to do? To the current Ursa Major constellation, opening up the passage to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was the most pressing matter. Once the passage was opened, then the Ursa Major constellation's strength would soar by leaps and bounds, and would have a qualitative leap. At that time, he would have the advantage of being in both Heaven's Road and the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and would not be afraid of anyone. If he could not understand it, he would not care about it. That was Tang Tien's style. If he did not handle it well, it would definitely lead to endless trouble. It was like a small knife cutting flesh, leaving behind small wounds, although it was not fatal, but if you did not bandage it, it would slowly bleed. Why would the Honorable Martial Alliance risk universal condemnation, and take the risk out of desperation? Once the ecliptic palace constellations formed an alliance, it would be a serious challenge to the Honorable Martial Alliance. Bing's first reaction when he received the urgent reports was to praise them. Other than the newly established Leo constellation, the ecliptic palace constellations had spent a huge amount of effort on defense. The other ecliptic palace constellations had been peaceful for too long, and were rather careless in this aspect. Furthermore, due to the large amount of funds required for defense, normal maintenance was a huge problem. It was not only the Libra constellation, the other ecliptic palace constellations were also looking for allies. Reorganizing their military equipment was not something that could be done in a day, and to form a fighting force required even more time. The current Honorable Martial Alliance was like a monster with its mouth wide open, searching for its next prey. It was also the first time the Libra constellation had made contact with Tang Tian, and they hoped for both parties to form a deeper alliance. But when the war truly came, they realized that the long-term academic atmosphere had allowed the Libra constellation to produce countless of scholars, but was unable to bring gold saints and powerful military generals to the Libra constellation. Without outstanding military leaders and well-trained armies, all of the mechanical spirit weapons would be of no use. What he needed to do was not only to bring the Null Division into the Sacred Saint Galaxy as reinforcements, the most important thing was to open up a path, which was a race against time. How can the Southern Alliance compensate for the losses of the small continents? How can we deal with the pirates, and give them an explanation? Lei Ang specially used the communication treasure to ask Tang Tian about the Blood Meridian's weapons. Now that the Honorable Martial Alliance is attacking the Ecliptic Palace constellations, if we say that attacking the Aquarius constellation is for money, then attacking the Taurus constellation and Aries constellation at the same time, aren't they afraid of forcing the Ecliptic Palace constellations to form an alliance? Slow and unhurried, no pressure, that was the living condition of all the Ecliptic Palace constellations. He suddenly realized that the crux of the war was on him. This abnormal action immediately attracted Bing's attention. It was impossible for the pirates to not be alarmed by such a huge movement. But for the pirates to disappear, it meant that it was a premeditated action. Clan Elder N, the youngest of the 13 honorable martial clan elders, blossomed with light aura that caused Heaven's Road to raise their eyebrows. The Honorable Martial Constellation plan had been carefully thought out by Clan Elder N, and the 3 targets for the first wave of attacks were similarly meticulously chosen. Other than the 3 constellations being weak, the wealth of the Aquarius constellation was able to provide them with sufficient funds for the following battles. As for the Taurus constellation and Aries constellation, they were like 2 bayonets stabbing into the Ecliptic Palace constellations, forming a triangular formation. They were initially prepared to digest the techniques and develop the mechanical techniques of the Libra constellation. But Bing knew that the Honorable Martial Continent's shadows were among the pirates. With the Honorable Martial Continent's interference, the matter naturally would not be simple. Such a result would definitely cause the hearts of the people to waver. Bing bit on his cigarette, he carefully read the report in his hands, and in the lingering smoke, he frowned. The Southern Alliance's recent large-scale operation to wipe out the pirates had so far yielded few results. It was not that the Southern region pirates were too strong, but the pirates seemed to have disappeared in a night. Bing carefully marked the cities that were attacked on the map. Who dares to attack the Ecliptic Palace constellations? We are still unable to determine who their next target will be. Tang Cho said, they occupy 3 constellations, and have too many routes to attack. Furthermore, the defenses of the other Ecliptic Palace constellations are full of loopholes. This judgment made everyone feel somewhat helpless. Attacking 3 Ecliptic Palace constellations was like cutting oil with a burning hot steel blade. It truly did not take much effort. Let us prepare to move out. This sentence always made the people who opposed him speechless. Furthermore, there would always be more things that needed to be spent than money. He could not help but be moved by the shrewdness of the other party. The other party's sudden disappearance made Bing realize that there was definitely an outstanding military general in the pirates' camp. Urgent report. The Viper continent has been attacked. Glorious Sun City has been breached. He believed that the Honorable Martial Continent's commander-in-chief would definitely be able to see that, and would definitely place the battlefield in the sea of energy. But the Honorable Martial Alliance's overbearing offensive stance caused everyone to feel a chill down their spines. That was what he could not understand the most, and to the current Honorable Martial Alliance, delaying for time was the most beneficial. As long as the star door to the Sacred Saint Galaxy was opened, the armies of the Sacred Saint Galaxy would continuously enter Heaven's Road, and the Honorable Martial Alliance would succeed. Chapter 689. In the orders from the higher-ups, they specifically mentioned the Shang continent, and requested her to formulate a plan to attack and occupy the Shang continent. Mai Chen Xiu bowed and replied respectfully. Southern expedition. But, even if Mai Chen Xiu messed up, it did not matter, because Lady Ru had just received an order from the higher-ups. They had decided to launch a southern expedition, and in the period of time before the southern expedition, she had decided to head to the Shang continent to investigate. The higher-ups needed the Shang continent's pathway. If that was the case, it would explain why the higher-ups could not wait any longer. In that moment, she had a rough idea in her mind. Mai Chen Xiu was surprised, but he immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. He bowed again and said calmly, although the outcome of the battle cannot be predicted, but Chen Xiu will do his best. No matter what, lady's promotion, Chen Xiu will remember it in my heart. Mai Chen Xiu nodded his head, his handsome face did not reveal any emotions. How's the situation? But the Honorable Martial Continent also had a star door, just that it was not time to open it yet. The Shang continent's pathway was obviously problematic, because there were no Heaven's Road armies that could enter the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and the Shang continent had to rely on the local armies of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. What else did the Shang continent have? There was only one answer, the star door to Heaven's Road. Lady Ru shook her head inwardly. The current ruler of the Honorable Martial Continent was the Great Clan Elder Ogiust. The Great Clan Elder had a pair of eyes that could see through everything in the world. He had unparalleled wisdom and patience. The cities that we broke through all have some gains, but because the cities are not big, our gains are not much. According to your instructions, we did not attack the civilians. The granaries have all been burned. Maybe I can witness the rise of a famous general. There must be something that forced the Great Clan Elder to make the decision to launch a southern expedition. But no one mentioned anything about it, because everyone was sticking to the plan that the Honorable Martial Continent had made 300 years ago, when they first saw the light of hope, to nibble away at the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and wait for the star door to open, and the Heaven's Road to replenish themselves. At that time, the Honorable Martial Continent that held two worlds, would become truly invincible, and that would be the start of the expedition. Up till now, the plan has been going smoothly. We did not attack the cities that the enemy placed heavy emphasis on, so they did not make any preparations. Other than Yuanshan City sending troops to chase after us, our retreat went smoothly. Yes. Mai Chen Xiu's eyes lit up. Great Clan Elder Ogiust had been in power for a total of 40 years, and in these 40 years, the Honorable Martial Continent prospered. Moreover, the Great Elder had a long lifespan, so he definitely wouldn't make such a low-level mistake as being impatient. Lady Ru did not think that the Shang continent could pose a threat to the Honorable Martial Continent, even if the Southern Alliance was flourishing. But, compared to the Honorable Martial Continent, who had monopolized the Western region and had matured, the Southern Alliance was still a newborn baby. Its life was so fragile. There were many internal conflicts, it lacked cohesion, and its management was chaotic. Any conflict could destroy this newborn life. Were the higher-ups so impatient? Madame Ru revealed a look of admiration once again. She smiled. Your victory is the best reward for me. But after all, this was a battle method they were not familiar with. The pirates at the bottom were full of fear and lack of confidence in attacking a city. Therefore, when the opponent maintained a high level of vigilance, they would subconsciously return to their familiar fighting style. It's my honor. To the Honorable Martial Continent, before conquering Heaven's Road, they would never go on an expedition. That was their fundamental strategy. But now, this fundamental strategy had been overturned. This was too fanciful. Could it be? It would take at least 3 to 5 months to complete. Mai Chen Xiu knew that it was a rare opportunity. The Honorable Martial Continent's process of swallowing the various continents in the Western region was a vast history of war. After going through the baptism of war, the Honorable Martial Continent that was not known for their armies became stronger and stronger, producing many famed generals. Among them, the most famous were the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers, Mu Ji Xia, Mo Xin, Qiu Shuhua, Go Cheng Wendao and Zhou Ya. The time for the star door to open was approaching, and Temple and the Honorable Martial Alliance's fear and bewilderment towards the future had reached its peak. The communication and trust between the two parties were too little. At this time, Temple and the Honorable Martial Alliance were like dried grass. As long as a spark was ignited, they would be ignited. There was no better stage than this. Well done. Mai Chen Xiu smiled. They want to save the commoners, and need to transport rations and resources from various places, which will consume their manpower and resources. We are pirates, natural-born destroyers. We need to make them bleed continuously. How are the various continents reacting? Mai Chen Xiu was completely immersed. His outstanding talent, under such a focused and difficult situation, started to blossom with a dazzling light. All of the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Continent had carried out this strategy extremely thoroughly, and from the start to the end, they only fanned the flames and plotted internal strife against the Honorable Martial Continent, and never launched an expedition. An expedition would only cause the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy to unite, and become enemies with the Honorable Martial Continent. 5 exceptional famed generals, each leading a region, intimidating the masses. But to the other military generals of the Honorable Martial Continent, they had much fewer opportunities. Lady Ru, who was seated in the corner, looked at Mai Chen Xiu, who was seated at the head of the table. From this, it could be seen that the higher-ups were caught off guard by the changes in Heaven's Road. No, the other party's transport fleet is most likely bait. According to the original plan, we will gather at the designated location, but we need more patience. Mai Chen Xiu was extremely excited to finally be able to move freely without holding back. To any military general, to be able to control such a large-scale battle was a dream come true. Lady Ru laughed, then turned and left. Although the higher-ups were determined to launch an expedition, but for such a large movement, just the preparation work was extremely complicated and required time. The 5 Honorable Martial Tigers gathered from various places, the preparation of resources, the choice of route of attack, all of these had to be discussed repeatedly. Lady, do you need to rest? He named the first phase of the war, apprehension. What happened in Heaven's Road? Lady Ru suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a look of shock. This seemingly foolish perseverance caused the Honorable Martial Continent to become extremely strong, to the point that many people in the Honorable Martial Continent felt that the Honorable Martial Continent's strength was sufficient to launch an expedition. What will the Shang Continent be like? The Honorable Martial Alliance and Temple Rebellion. To the pirates, attacking transport ships was their most familiar method of fighting. In truth, it was rare for pirates to attack cities, as the estuaries of the various continents were all heavily guarded with fortresses. Her heart was filled with anticipation and curiosity. Regardless of whether it was the research on spirits or the Honorable Martial Technique system or the encroachment strategy, none of them could produce results in a short period of time. For the Honorable Martial Continent to be able to develop to its current state, it was because of the Honorable Martial Continent's higher-up stubborn persistence towards these strategies for the past 500 years. Lady Ru revealed a warm and gentle smile. It's fine. I will be leaving for a period of time. I will leave this place to you. Is that all right? Mai Chen Xiu was able to directly attack the Shang continent and seize the passage. Establishing such an unparalleled achievement was the only way for him to be on par with the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers. But Lady Ru knew that it was impossible. The Shang continent had won every battle, and were definitely not easy to deal with. The adjutant was reporting the battle report. His face was filled with excitement. From the looks of it, the progress was extremely smooth. After thinking it through, Lady Ru calmed down. She rubbed her temples, thinking with all her might had made her feel tired. But a single victory would allow the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers to see Mai Chen Xiu's talent. As for the rest, it would depend on Mai Chen Xiu's own luck. Lady Ru looked at Mai Chen Xiu in admiration. From the start till the end, she did not interrupt him. This young man had extraordinary self-confidence and outstanding talent. He only lacked a stage. Lady Ru was an intelligence officer, and knew that her own military capabilities were not enough to support such a large-scale operation. Mai Chen Xiu, who came up with the strategy to attack the southern region, became the best candidate, and became the commander-in-chief. Mai Chen Xiu's warm voice contained a strong self-confidence. No one was born to be a famous general. Famous generals were born from fighting. The unpredictable changes that happened on the battlefield, the battles of wits and courage with the enemy's generals, all of these experiences were not things that could be obtained from books. Every battle was a rare opportunity for a military general. The larger the scale of the battle, the more complicated the situation, and the higher the requirement for the generals, the more valuable experience the generals could obtain. She was an intelligence officer, and knew the importance of intelligence, and that was her mission. There was only so much she could do. It was Mai Chen Xiu's first time holding such an important position. Although he was the one who drafted the strategy to attack the southern region, but what he submitted was only a prototype. The entire plan's implementation was personally carried out by the higher-ups. Mai Chen Xiu noticed Lady Ru's weariness, and asked with concern, towards the lady who had given him limitless support, he had the highest respect. So when Mai Chen Xiu's plan was first proposed, it was met with opposition from many people, but with Lady Ru's support, the plan was carried out. No one would have thought that it would go so smoothly. The various continents have increased their vigilance. The adjutant reported, "It will be difficult for us to succeed. From the current situation, I suggest that we attack their transport fleets, that way we can exhaust them and hasten their blood loss." Lady Ru did not tell him the top-secret information, as Mai Chen Xiu's rank was not high enough. She thought for a moment, then said, "You have roughly 3 months. I hope that in these 3 months, you will be able to obtain a dazzling victory." For some reason, such a thought popped up in her mind. She was shocked by her own thoughts, but in the next second, she believed in her own guess. She was an intelligence officer, and had a suspicious attitude towards everything, especially loyalty. Furthermore, the connection between the two parties was extremely weak, and the sacred Saint Galaxy did not have enough control over the Honorable Martial Alliance Temple. In front of the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers who held high positions and had outstanding military achievements, the other generals did not have the right to speak. The 2 words that made people excited revealed an unusual aura. Lady Ru was extremely shocked, because it had completely overturned the previously formulated strategy. The Honorable Martial Continent had grown from an ordinary continent to the point of annexing the western region, all because of their persistence in strategy. When warships attacked fortresses, they would lose the advantage of mobility, and would instead be easily destroyed by the fortresses. She hoped that before the southern expedition began, Mai Chen Xiu would be able to grab hold of the time and obtain a victory. Only then would he have the chance to not be completely suppressed. Once the southern expedition began, the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers would definitely be mobilized, and the only suspense was how many of the 5 Honorable Martial Tigers would be sent out. Chapter 690. Tilda courting death. Oh my god, this is completely courting death. Tilda, how can I be courting death like this? Tilda catch. Before Pai Pa could finish, she suddenly realized that a red figure had appeared in front of her. Along the way, there were many new cities gradually forming. Such a bustling scene caused Wu Ma Tian's blood to boil. Bing's gaze was shrewd. The man in front of him was obviously a veteran. Along the way, he discovered even more. Other than the flourishing businesses, there were even more armies. That's right, armies. He saw at least 4 training armies along the way. The smell of smoke in the room was heavy. The sunlight shone in through the window, causing the smoke and dust to slowly spread out. Tilda, a single mistake may cause everlasting sorrow. When I go back, I must definitely teach my subordinates a lesson through blood and tears, and tell them that it is most convincing. Oh, I must definitely not forget the 20,000 cloud coins that old Wang still owes me. Who else owes me money? Tilda, I can leave, but I cannot leave a debt. Last year, Xuanzi said that he wanted to treat me to a big meal. Oh, I cannot let him go back on his words. Where should I go? Tilda, I have to think about it. I have never been to the roasted pig trotter's shop that Ming Sheng mentioned. Sigh, I am so hungry. Tilda, could it be that the problem of me getting stuck in the oil has happened? Or is it because of my income? Tilda, along the way, he was on tenterhooks, but he did not have much fear. He did not do anything devoid of conscience. For such a local army, the salary was pitiful, and could not be given out normally, so they had to earn their own income. The upper echelons turned a blind eye to these little tricks of the lower echelons. Pig trotters. Bing's face was covered by the lingering smoke, and could not be seen clearly, but his squinted eyes flickered with a cold aura like a blade edge. Since you like pig trotters so much, from today onwards, you will go and handle them. Although our kitchen department does not have such a menu, but I agree to add it. Your mission is only one, and that is to provide pig trotters to all the armies. After transferring Wu Ma Tian to the kitchen department, Bing continued with his daily work. The incident of the pirates attacking the city did not seem to affect him at all. Other than getting the various continents to be on high alert, he did not do anything else. Bing suddenly asked. He noticed the man in front of him, his eyes were wandering, and his expression was starting to become sluggish. When Wu Ma Tian regained his senses from the hole in his brain, Bing had already disappeared. Yes, the monster was modified by Screw. Pai Pa explained. There was a batch of students whose results were not very good, but they were very suitable for the monster, so Screw made one for all of them. They like to call themselves the Monster Army. In the war room, there was a huge map hanging on the wall. It was filled with lines of various colors and marked with numbers. It was so densely packed that it would make one dizzy just looking at it. Sai Lei held her head high, and her eyes were filled with flames. The current situation was not as difficult as before, and compared to the huge battle in Heaven's Road, it could even be considered easy. But at that time, although he was also very busy and nervous, it was enough as long as he carried out the orders perfectly, so he didn't feel much pressure. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be plenty of people holding it up. It wouldn't be his turn. Wu Ma Tian had already decided, if the higher-ups were to use this to punish him, he would first pay the 1 year and 7 months of salary that he owed. This discovery instantly caused all of his distracting thoughts to vanish. The Saint Blood Army's Blood Meridian's weapon greatly stimulated her. Although she could still easily list out all of the flaws of the Blood Meridian's weapon, but in terms of overall performance, the Frost Mountain was not inferior to the Saint Blood. Big brother, where do I go to the cookhouse? Wu Ma Tian's mouth was wide open. He looked at Bing in a daze. Facing such an absurd order, he did not know what to do. So when young man Tang was around, Bing never felt much pressure. Wu Ma Tian stood perfectly straight. He had already stood there for over half an hour. And Ah Shin and the rest, I wonder how they are doing. I am such a small figure, how would the higher-ups know? He did not know that Bing was secretly observing him. Wu Ma Tian, who had already given up, calmed down. When he entered the Shang continent, the prosperity of the Shang continent caused him to open his mouth wide. All sorts of merchant ships were coming and going, buildings were being developed everywhere, dazzling and beautiful signboards were everywhere, each one more luxurious than the other. Comparing Yuanshan City's commercial street to this, it was truly so shabby that it caused people to feel ashamed. The densely packed stream of people was like a densely packed cloud coin that flowed. On the table, there was a transfer order. He was transferred to the cookhouse. She turned her head and looked towards the training grounds. What entered her vision was an extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon. From her aesthetic point of view, it was truly an extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon. The bloated and mottled body was like a wild beast that had contracted a strange disease. Imagining himself in his later years in a broken house, Wu Ma Tian's heart was filled with sorrow, and he almost cried. But, out of the 13 cities that were attacked by the pirates, only Yuanshan City chased after the pirates, and that was Wu Ma Tian. He had never been to the Shang continent before, but he knew that it was a famous poor place. She swore in her heart that she would definitely create a brand new mechanical spirit weapon that could defeat Saint Blood in all aspect. Monster! Sai Lei's eyes lit up. Tilda, this is too much. Tilda, but Bing had never thought of being a leader before. It was so tiring, and life was meant to be enjoyed. As long as everyone was there, it was good. Tilda, I wonder when Crazy Tang will arrive. Tilda. Wu Ma Tian, who was in a daze, did not think at all, and blurted out. When he reacted, his face turned pale white. What is that? She blurted out. Wu Ma Tian trembled as he picked up the order, and walked towards the door. The sunlight outside was unable to erase the anger in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with determination. He had decided to let the goddamn smoke addict understand what it meant to be killed but not humiliated. After passing through the training grounds, an abnormally oppressive collision sound came out from the training grounds, causing her to stop in her tracks. Sai Lei had safely returned to Three Spirit City, causing the entire Ursa Major constellation to heave a sigh of relief. To the current Ursa Major constellation, Sai Lei was definitely a strategic and crucial figure, and if anything were to happen to him, it would be a huge loss to Ursa Major constellation. Tilda, what's the use of kneeling and begging at such a time? Tilda, hugging my thigh. Would it be better if I burst into tears? Tilda, should I just resign and not do it? Will I be dragged out by the guards at the door and fed to the dogs? Tilda, he felt that his determination to die had already attracted the attention of the guards at the door, and he went forward. Ever since she was hailed as a Grandmaster, it was the first time she had met with a challenge, causing her fighting intent to soar to an unprecedented level. Tilda, as expected, I am not a qualified leader. Tilda, at the start, he was still fearful. He did not understand why the higher-ups wanted to meet him. Although he was the commander of the Yuanshan army, but the Yuanshan army was just a local army stationed in Yuanshan City. Yuanshan City was a small city, and the Yuanshan army was naturally not a big army, and at times, they still had to play a role, maintaining law and order, escorting merchant groups etc. Wu Ma Tian was not tall, and had a skinny body. A few strands of hair drooped down from his forehead, as though he had not washed them for a few days. Along with his slightly plump and round face, he had an indescribable wretchedness. His eyes were unfocused, as though he was in a daze. His standing posture was relaxed, his entire body was not tense at all, as though he was a skeleton that was about to fall apart. In front of his clothes, there was a large oil stain that had not been washed clean, which was not recent. When he saw Bing, he had a stomach full of suspicions. He raised his head and stared angrily at the roasted pig trotter's boss, and when he saw the face in front of him, it was as though a bucket of ice water was poured over him. He opened his mouth wide, his entire being was like a statue, not moving an inch, completely frozen in place. But to the proud and arrogant big sister, suppressing the opponent in all aspects was the only outcome that she could accept. But at the moment, all of the pressure was on him. Every time that happened, he would easily think of Tang Tian. Although the young Tang was crazy from day to night, and did not have many normal moments, but his mental state was so thick that it seemed as though it did not exist. The young Tang would never feel the pressure, and if someone were to ask him about the pressure, he would definitely raise his head and say, "Why think so much, just directly destroy the enemy." Tilda, the man in front of me who is smoking and puffing, is the #1 general of the Southern Alliance. Is he even a spirit? Tilda, spirits can actually smoke? Tilda, it looks like it tastes good. Should I ask him what brand it is later? Tilda, the first thing I said to Shangguan was actually to ask for a cigarette. Bing was not stingy, and directly threw one to Wu Ma Tian. Pai Pa, who was by her side, followed her gaze, and realized, that's monster. He stretched his back, and subconsciously touched the box of cigarettes, but his hand quickly stopped. He had used up his cigarettes recently, and did not have much left, so he had to slow down. She did not even have the intention to rest. Stepping on her high-heel shoes, she rushed towards the laboratory. Her killing intent soared, causing everyone to give way. To provoke Big Sister at such a time, they would definitely be dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, revealing a look of suspicion. The flow of energy in the air made him feel a trace of something unusual. Tilda, the energy flow here seems to be under some sort of control. Tilda, Wu Ma Tian only felt his vision darken. Tilda, it's over, I will definitely be demoted. The damned commander no longer has anything to do with me. I will lose my job. After spending all my savings, I will have to live on the streets. My old age will definitely be very sad. Tilda Bing was startled for a moment when Wu Ma Tian asked him for a cigarette. He had met so many subordinates, but no one had ever asked him for a cigarette. Tilda, my life is too dark. Tilda, what problem do you have? In a daze, Bing curled up on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Problem? Oh, this cigarette is not bad. Can I have one? Anyways, he felt that this lousy commander was boring. Tilda, then bring it on. Tilda, Wu Ma Tian, who was still immersed in roasting the trotters, subconsciously took it. Upon touching it, it was so thin and light, he immediately became angry. Boss, why are the pig trotters so small? Wily old soldiers were always troublesome in the army. They were the most knowledgeable in protecting themselves, and were the most commonly used methods, as most of their hot-bloodedness had already been worn down. Experienced generals all disliked having wily old soldiers in their own troops, as the atmosphere of the army was easily corrupted. I wonder where Crazy Tang is now. Sai Lei stepped on his high heel shoes, and directly jumped into the training grounds, and rushed towards Monster. Bing regained his senses from his state of concentration, and his gaze moved away from the map. He stood there for half a day, but Bing acted as though he did not exist. Wu Ma Tian still knew the rules. Without his commanding officer's orders, he naturally did not dare to move. He continued to stand straight, but the thoughts in his mind started to flow. Chapter 691. Luckily, Xie Yuan always carried out his superior's orders to the letter. He did not ask why, since Master Bing said to let him figure it out himself, then he would figure it out himself. Maybe Master wanted to test him. Furthermore, to equip the entire unit with star treasures already made him extremely grateful, much less letting him figure out his own tactics. No matter how difficult it was, he would definitely not frown. Xie Yuan could only suppress the fighting intent in his heart, but he could not help but be worried. The situation in the Shang continent was like walking on a tightrope. If he was slightly careless, he would fall into the abyss. He did not know how Master Bing would deal with the situation. Her mechanical spirit weapons were becoming more and more complicated, the grade of her martial spirit was also becoming higher and higher, but the requirement for the mechanical martial artist was also becoming higher and higher. He suddenly laughed at himself. I really think of myself as a savior. But regardless of how many flaws there were, it was unable to cover up Monster's radiance. Because Monster's construction was extremely cheap, and compared to the expensive Frost Mountain, it was truly worth it. Frost Mountain's construction cost was enough to build 20 Monster's. But it was already in Xie Yuan's hands. Xie Yuan stood in the center of the formation, his expression solemn. 108 exquisite swallows danced in the air, surrounding the entire formation. These swallows were petite, their bodies were only as long as a finger, they released a white moonlight aura, like a group of mischievous spirits. The densely packed light regiments quickly dimmed down. Xie Yuan gently caressed the new moon form swallow command whip in his hands. In this period of time, everyone had improved extremely quickly, and all of their star treasures had absorbed an astonishing amount of energy. But half of the energy that the entire army had absorbed was absorbed by the new moon form swallow command whip in his hands. Xie Yuan was dumbstruck. Master Tang Chou was a person who personally handled everything, and would specially plan out the details of every tactic. But for Master Bing, who knew that even his style would change so completely. Master Bing definitely has a way. Monster had a different style. It was sturdy, simple, easy to use, far from being as dazzling and gorgeous as Frost Mountain, to the point that it was somewhat ugly. But Screw's deep understanding of mechanical techniques was displayed vividly on Monster. It didn't have any fancy joints, but it was astonishingly stable and unusually sturdy. In comparison, the Frost Mountain's joints were more like exquisite works of art. The swallows that filled the sky suddenly flew in from all directions and entered his hands. Pa pa pa, the concentrated sounds of explosions. A moon-white long whip in Xie Yuan's hands grew at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The long whip with 108 segments was like a moon-white bone snake, slowly swaying. When Master Bing suddenly threw a bunch of star treasures to them, other than being ecstatic, Xie Yuan also had a headache. Secret treasures were, of course, good things. Their prices were obvious. Each of the 5 southern islands' palaces had a secret treasure, and this had long made Xie Yuan extremely envious. But he was not a general who liked to make a fuss, so he remained silent. Sai Lei remained silent throughout the process of studying Monster up close. The monster army was quietly formed. This was directly related to the moon swallow's whip in his hands. This exquisite and small swallows had an extremely mysterious name, called moon swallows. Their figures would change like the moon, crescent moon, half moon, full moon. Every change would bestow them with different abilities. Every soldier sat down limply, their entire bodies perspiring profusely, their eyes staring blankly as they gasped for breath. No one spoke, they did not even have the strength to move a finger, and were seizing the time to rest. Master Bing only had one request for them, to seize the time to train. Xie Yuan, who was naturally introverted, felt as though a storm was raging in his heart. This caused Sai Lei to be shocked and enlightened. She suddenly realized that battles were different from what she understood. And their mission was to seize the time and quickly raise their strength. This extremely ugly mechanical spirit weapon was just like its name. Its ugly appearance contained an astonishing amount of power, causing Sai Lei to be shocked. For the sake of not attracting attention, they had specially chosen this place. The entire process lasted for a full 6 hours, causing Xie Yuan's forehead to be covered in perspiration. This was the spirit treasure that Little Fool had specially refined for him, the moon swallow's whip. The evening snow ocean in Shisen's hands had long made all of Bing's subordinates jealous. Xie Yuan did not dare to have too many wishful thoughts. He was very clear that he and the Swift Army were just bought armies. In truth, the boss was already extremely kind to them, and regardless of whether it was them or the Skull Unit, they were all satisfied. Gradually understanding the Star Treasure's capabilities, Xie Yuan, who was outstanding in tactics, quickly fumbled out a unique army training method. One bright and one dark, one inhaling and one releasing, energy flowed rhythmically into the formation, and upon entering the formation, it would be broken apart by the swallows flying around, transforming into countless strands. Like the gossamer of spring rain, they entered every Star Treasure. Wave after wave of energy continued to flow in. The light auras of the Star Treasures became more and more intense. Deep inside the sea of energy, a synchronization rate of 98%, this was a number that Xie Yuan did not even dare to think about in the past, but he did not expect it to be so easily achieved. In the future, the Battle of Heaven's Road would definitely be a large-scale battle. Xie Yuan's situation was slightly better. He quickly regained his strength and stood up to look around. Seeing that everyone was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. The soldiers, even if they were resting, still held onto the Star Treasures with all their might. After this round, he already had a rough idea on how to assimilate the Star Treasures into an army. Tilda, I heard that Arya obtained a big sword that is also a spirit treasure. Tilda, monster, toppled many of Sai Lei's understandings. Every single part of it had the boorish style of the Southern Cross Army. It did not have any sleek lines, no wings, but it allowed it to possess an extremely sturdy defense and astonishing strength. With a weakened martial spirit, it would be extremely strenuous for it to carry out complicated movements. But at the same time, it greatly lowered the requirements for mechanical martial artists, and along with the simple and refined movements and tactics, it could unleash an astonishing might. Ursa Major Constellation needed mechanical spirit weapons with good performance and low cost, because only with that could they display the advantage of the Lapus race. After that, he started to bring the Swift Army to experiment. The Southern Five Islands constellations walked the path of individual fighting, and were not suitable for armies. Xie Yuan was an extremely meticulous person. He repeatedly deliberated and practiced. He was familiar with every soldier and their Star Treasures. The entire set of methods revolved around the spirit treasure in Xie Yuan's hands, the new Moon Swallow's command whip. Using the 108 new Moon Swallows, Xie Yuan's control over the army had reached an astonishing level. The current synchronization rate of the Swift Army had already reached 98%, which was a terrifying number. When the synchronization rate was above 90%, every increase in percentage was extremely difficult. Xie Yuan's mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Xie Yuan had never stopped communicating with the Shang continent, and every 3 days, he would report the progress of the training to Master Bing. He had also heard about the incident of the pirates attacking the city, and Xie Yuan immediately knew that they were not ordinary people. The other most important use of the new Moon Swallow's command whip was to filter out the impurities in the energy, leaving behind a type of energy similar to moonlight. The entire army's Star Treasures absorbed energy of the same attribute, and that was the reason why their synchronization rate was able to reach such an astonishing number. If they did not have sufficient rest, they would definitely not be able to persevere through the next round of training, and would drag the entire army down. Around him, every single soldier had a silver weapon floating in front of them, the weapon releasing an intense silver light. Every single soldier was perspiring profusely. They did not dare to relax at all, and worked hard to control the Star Treasures in front of them. Its thick arms and 4 limbs bestowed it with extreme stability and astonishing strength. It stood there quietly, as ferocious as its name suggested. When the master truly gave the star treasures to the swift army to equip, the entire army was so happy that they were going crazy. But after that, Xie Yuan asked Bing for instructions on how to train the star treasures, and what kind of tactics were required, but what he did not expect was that Master Bing threw down a sentence of "you figure it out yourself" and did not ask any further. The place where they trained was extremely far away from the Shang continent, it was extremely far away from the sea route, and there were no other continents nearby, thus there were few people. When they trained, they created a huge commotion, and the converged energy vortexes were extremely powerful. One after another, light regiments floated in the sea of energy like light cocoons. They were arranged neatly, flickering in and out, as though they were breathing. As though they were breathing, the surrounding energy would be sucked into the formation like seawater, and the formation would produce vortex-like ripples. Just this advantage was enough to move Tang Chou. With the new moon form swallow command whip and the star treasures, as long as there was enough time, Xie Yuan had the confidence to raise the swift army from a silver-grade army to a gold-grade army. It was something that he did not even dare to think about in the past. It was the dream of any famed general, and it was not an opportunity that a general of his level could obtain. But his request to go out to battle was rejected by Master Bing without hesitation. Xie Yuan suddenly thought of a phrase. Xie Yuan was a strict and meticulous person, and did things in an orderly manner. He first found the 5 southern island constellations, and carefully consulted them on how they trained, as they had come into contact with star treasures much earlier, and had much more experience. After that, he went to visit Jing Hao, Crane and Ling Shu, and sought their help to resolve the doubts in his heart. What was surprising was that after swallowing such a vast amount of energy, the new moonform swallow command whip did not have any changes, and that made him look forward to the evolution of the new moonform swallow command whip. Ursa Major constellation walked the path of elite soldiers, and did not have many armies. The mechanical army was split up, Tang Yi's Lupu's army, Flute's hunting net army, and Tardun's plateau army. These were the 4 main armies of Ursa Major constellation, but with regards to the chaotic situation in the future, Tang Chou felt that their army numbers were far from enough. You treat me like a statesman, and I will repay you with a statesman. It was not that, monster, did not have any weaknesses, but on the contrary, its weakness was very obvious. It could not fly, and with its heavy body, it needed to consume even more energy. Its martial spirit's grade was not high, and thus it was not as intelligent as Frost Mountain. It also had requirements for mechanical weapons, just that it was more focused on the body, and not the ability to communicate with the martial spirit. Monster, S1-on-1 standard might not be inferior to Frost Mountain, but its overall performance was much weaker than Frost Mountain. The energy flow became slower and slower, and Xie Yuan knew that everyone was at their limit. He took a deep breath and bellowed, "Open." Chapter 692. She had never thought about that before. The female officer continued to speak. For the sake of the pigs, she was willing to risk it all. That's right. Jiao Yai's expression became more relaxed, but deep in his eyes, there was still a trace of worry. The reason why I did not oppose the southern expedition was also because of that. A third of the southern region, if the 3 of you were to go, the possibility of success would be higher. But, a war like the southern expedition has never happened before, and we cannot predict the reactions of the various continents in the southern region. If they were to stick together, then even if we take down the Shang continent, we will suffer heavy losses. It was not the first time he had seen the soldiers training, and he had some experience in it. It was just that Yuanshan City was a poor place with nothing, and he was unable to carry out any training. When he first went, he was still ambitious, and wanted to create a strong army, but reality quickly defeated him. Not to mention training, it was difficult to even get his daily salary on time. Luckily for the Honorable Marshal Continent, they had always faithfully carried out the strategies set by their predecessors, and although the steps were disrupted, but their long-term accumulation and preparation were still extremely solid. Regardless of resources or the development of armies, they were far from what they were in the past. With the 3 famous generals moving out, and taking down a third of the southern region, the Honorable Marshal Continent was extremely confident. Including him, everyone had to do some business to survive, and many of their businesses were not clean. But, he still tried to find opportunities to do some basic training, because if they were to clash with others, they would not be in a bad state. The female officer stopped abruptly. He recognized her. Every time he delivered roasted pig trotters, she would be the first to rush over. Tilda, is she a reincarnated hungry ghost? Tilda Humph, looking at her, she definitely relied on her connections to get here. If not, why would she be so free when everyone is training? Tilda, furthermore, you are a woman. Can you pay attention to your image? Tilda, I lack the competitive spirit. This kind of war is not suitable for me. Boss Mu will definitely not go either. He needs to guard the Wei Yiguan continent. That is the stronghold that leads to the Savage Continent, and the Savage Continent has been in turmoil recently. I heard that there is a female war goddess there that is invincible. Boss Mu is very worried. Once all the tribes in the Savage Continent are united, it will be a huge threat to us, and Boss Mu will have a headache. Eat less. Wu Ma Tian stared at the female officer. There is a limit. If you eat other people's food and they come to find me, I can only find your army commander. The female officer, not interested. Wu Ma Tian snorted. The female officer coughed lightly. Do you want me to explain it to you? Our skull unit's tactics are rather exquisite. Yo. The female officer was truly surprised. She put down the pig trotter in her mouth and sized Wu Ma Tian up. I couldn't tell, you are of the same trade. Are there hidden dragons and crouching tigers even in roasted pig trotters these days? Suddenly, a voice came out from beside him. Wu Ma Tian regained his senses and looked at the other party with an unkind expression. A woman in an officer's uniform casually grabbed a roasted pig's trotter from the basin and spoke in a muffled voice as she chewed on it. The cookhouse roasted pig's trotters were currently popular among the various large armies, and the worst part was that there was a fixed supply, and it was hard to get a single trotter. They had to place an order early in the morning, and if they were late, they could forget about it. Hey, didn't you say you were interested just now? The female officer was surprised. Zhou Wei sat quietly. The young man in front of him had a fair and handsome face. His eyes were as sharp as swords, but the sharp aura that once caused people to be unable to look straight at him was now much more restrained. Zhou Wei's eyes subconsciously revealed a look of admiration. Tilda, maybe this war is prepared for generals like us. Tilda, the female officer, was dumbstruck. Why is it 15M? Why are their attacking surfaces wavy? Wu Ma Tian's mind was filled with disdain, and he curled his lips. Interested? Of course, no matter what, it is more interesting than roasted pig trotters. Is that all you've got? Wu Ma Tian looked at the female officer with disdain. As long as you explain it well, I will bring you 3 tomorrow. But if your standard is too low, hey, don't even think about it. Qiu Shuhua listened quietly. He had only been a part of the Honorable Marshal 5 Tigers for a short period of time. Regardless of connections or information, he could not compare to the other 4. So we have to be fast. Qiu Shuhua took over. A stern look flashed past his eyes. As long as we are fast enough, and do not give them enough time to prepare. As long as we are fast enough, we can take down the Shang continent before they can form a group, and they will be scattered like sand. Qiu Shuhua did not say anything. Out of the 5 tigers, his relationship with Zhou Wei was the best. Every time he came to Zhou Wei's residence, he felt an indescribable sense of relaxation. Zhou Wei was dressed in a loose brown Buddhist robe. His white socks had been washed so many times that they had turned white. He looked simple and unadorned. He had a round face with small eyes and sparse eyebrows. With a faint smile on his face, he had a tranquil temperament, causing the hostility in Qiu Shuhua's chest to subconsciously decrease. Those words struck Wu Ma Tian's sore spot, and he could not be bothered with him. Although Zhou Wei was uneasy, but he did not think that the Honorable Marshal continent would fail. Wu Ma Tian's eyes did not move, and he concentrated. He changed the topic. When are you getting married? I am of the same trade, let's talk about it. The female officer picked up another pig trotter. The remaining 3, Mo Xin, Yu, and Go Cheng Wendao, should all be going. It was Zhou Wei's first time seeing such an expression on Qiu Shuhua's face, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Wu Ma Tian said lazily, I am interested in training others. War was the stage for the generals, it was the arena for the generals to fight to the death. The female officer. The female officer. Let's end this battle. Qiu Shuhua's white face revealed a rare tinge of red. he was slightly embarrassed. Jiao had never thought that they could not take down the Shang continent. The Shang continent was strong, but compared to the Honorable Marshal continent, they were too far off. Both parties were on completely different levels. Furthermore, 3 of the 5 tigers were fighting at the same time. It was the first time in the Honorable Marshal continent's history. But he knew that once the Honorable Marshal continent started their southern expedition, the Honorable Marshal continent would definitely become the public enemy. If the various continents of the southern region were to form a group, they would definitely be faced with many difficulties. Is there a need to go to the commander to complain about a pig trotter? The female officer put down the pig trotter in her hands embarrassedly. She had not had enough. She felt that there was a need to rope him in. If they were to get closer, she might be able to get more pig trotters in the future. He silently picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was coarse, and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste. The female officer continued to be dumbstruck. The female officer immediately became excited. She could not hold it in and threw out her motive. Then bring me a few more pig trotters tomorrow. Qiu Shuhua's reputation was rising extremely quickly, and was faintly surpassing his own. Jiao was a gentle person. He did not like to fight, and did not have much desire for power, thus he was happy for Qiu Shuhua's transformation. Idiot! You don't even know this, and you dare to eat pig trotters? You can just eat your own trotters. This is to increase the area of attack, understand? I think I won't be going. Jiao put down his teacup and smiled. Wu Ma Tian's face revealed an impatient look as he cut in. Can you give me something more practical? Sensing Qiu Shuhua's fighting intent, the smile on Jiao face disappeared. He spoke after a moment of silence. In truth, the great clan elder is very hesitant about the southern expedition. We have never prepared for it. It is because of the changes in Heaven's Road that forced us to make the decision. The southern expedition is set for 2 months later. With such a short preparation time, it is not enough to support such a large-scale battle, and that is what I am most worried about. The female officer replied weakly, because it can increase our offensive power. The female officer was roused, silkworm-style strangulation. Qiu Shuhua spoke, we only need to take down the Shang continent with a thunderous momentum. I have seen the position of the Shang continent before. It is at the border of the southern region, but it is not far from us. If we only want to take it down, we only need to occupy a third of the southern region. As long as we control the scale of the war to a suitable area, we can greatly reduce the pressure on our logistics. Hearing that, Qiu Shuhua's eyes suddenly lit up with a light aura, like a treasured sword being unsheathed. The light aura was like snow. The result was not too far from what he had guessed, but hearing it from Jiao mouth, his emotions were still stirred. Why are they maintaining a distance of 15 m? Wu Ma Tian asked. Jiao laughed. Qiu Shuhua's style of fighting was decisive and sharp, like a sharp sword. No matter how chaotic the situation was, he would be able to quickly break it down and find a path to victory. Wu Ma Tian pointed to the 2 parties fighting intensely. What are they doing? Cough. They are currently undergoing small strangulation training. Do you know what small strangulation is? It is a partial strangulation of less than 5 people. Why 5 people? Master Tang Chou believes that a battle of less than 5 people has a lower requirement for tactics and organization, but correspondingly, the requirement for individual strength is much higher. The synchronization rate of energy is not very useful in such a small-scale battle. You know, the more people there are, the higher the requirement for synchronization rate. Take note of their movements. It is called the wedge-shape penetration. It can cut off the opponent's coordination, and the flanks can provide very good protection, and quickly destroy the opponents. Wu Ma Tian pushed the dining cart, which was filled with plates of roasted pig trotters, and passed through the training grounds. In the past few days, Wu Ma Tian's roasted pig trotters had already become the most popular dish in the barracks, and the orders from the various armies were piling up like mountains. Wu Ma Tian had also become the most popular person to deliver food to all the armies. Even the sentries who saw him would reveal a smile. Bullshit. Wu Ma Tian scolded. What does this have to do with attacking strength? Flexibility. Do you understand flexibility? Long-range attacks have a longer attack distance, and their distance can be more flexible. Do you have a pig's brain? Do you want to go up and train? The female officer's mouth was covered in oil, and she scoffed, "If you want to send double the amount of pig trotters every day, I will let you train in the training grounds, and properly experience the charm of our skull unit." It was too easy for a black to eat another black. The female officer, Do you know why? Because 15M allows them to maintain the flexibility of their formation, the swords and blades at the front conceal the area, and the arrows at the back have space to shoot. Wu Ma Tian looked at the female officer with a look of disdain. Why do they have one close and two long range? The southern expedition was destined to be a huge battle. The only way to measure a general's strength was through military achievements. Only when there was a battle would there be military achievements, and any general was a warlike person in their heart. To gain military achievements, they needed a large-scale battle. The female officer was overflowing with confidence. "Tilda, what kind of joke is that? My tactics cannot compare to a roasted pig trotter." Tilda Wu Ma Tian's gaze was attracted to the soldiers on the training grounds. Jia Ya was still filled with worry. Such a large-scale battle was not because of a long-term plan, but because of the situation. From this point, it could be said that they had already lost the initiative. "How is it? Are you interested in this?" "Sure, tell me about it." Wu Ma Tian truly had many things that he did not understand. Chapter 693. Quickly shut up, don't speak later. Bad luck. Tang Tian was the first to sense it, and could not help but exclaim out. The second to react was Magatama. Her beautiful eyes revealed a rarely seen anxiousness. This tremor that caused one's heart to palpitate came incomparably fast. At first, it was only an extremely thin deep blue line that appeared in the distance, but in the blink of an eye, this blue line had become as thick as an arm. Its momentum surged, and the nearby blue sea seemed to boil. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Naichou's reaction was faster than Zhong Li Bai. He could not see, and was extremely sensitive to energy undulations. His face changed. Although he was surprised, he did not panic, and shouted, "Defend." Unfortunately, before he could even curse, an overwhelming power struck him from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, he only had one thought in his mind. "I need to save everyone." A round-faced man entered Tang Tian's vision, and only then did Tang Tian see the other party's appearance. The other party's clothes were tattered, he had a wretched expression, his eyes flickered with an ominous glint. It was obvious that he was not a good person. "If we sell him, he will definitely be worth a lot of money." Haha, who asked him to owe Miss Da Lin so many favors? Debts of favors come quickly. Tilda seems like. Not the red grass beach. Tilda. Another person clicked his tongue in wonder, walked to Tang Tian and sized him up, and said, "Such a good body. What do you say? How about we sell him to the Shui family?" If not for Magatama protecting his body, the blue energy would have corroded him to the point that nothing would be left. The never-before-seen blue energy was extremely strange. It had an indescribable gloominess to it, and its corrosive ability was extremely strong. The people behind all revealed looks of helplessness. Everyone was already used to Crazy Tang being childish, but Sima Xiao was the Scorpio King, a treacherous and cunning person with unfathomable shrewdness. Did the Scorpio King not feel ashamed? Tang Tian stared blankly for a while before reacting. How did I become a captive? But he suddenly quivered. He thought about Han Bingning and the rest. Not good. Tang Tian wanted to speak, but no sound came out of his throat. "I have qi." Tang Tian was unconvinced. "I also have a transcendent soul skill. Why not Red Grass Beach?" After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. He felt a splitting headache. It took a long time for his pupils to regain focus. What entered his field of vision was the dark and damp ceiling. A large area of the ceiling was covered in green mold, and the air was filled with an unpleasant and damp smell. Bullshit. Tang Tian was furious. Qi is worse than Xiaoyu. Wanna fight? Sima Xiao wanted to curse out loud. Tang Tian was stunned, but he quickly realized that they were talking about Han Bingning. Her name was also Goyu. Shui family? His companion was stunned. What do you mean? She was by far the most perfect piece of work. The moment Sima Xiao saw her, without hesitation, he fused the Scorpio constellation's treasure, Scorpio Magatama, into her body. The Null Division soldiers beside him seemed to have awoken from a dream, their expressions changed, and they immediately formed a defensive formation. Everyone had heard the two of them talking, and had had enough of it. Hot blood surged to his head. Tang Tian struggled up from the ground. Tang Tian stared at the ceiling blankly for half a minute before reacting. The last time, everyone was sent to Red Grass Beach by the storm. Sima Xiao's entire body trembled, his face turning blue. The blue sea was a sea of energy formed from countless of energy. Tang Tian and the Null Division with the zero energy body were not affected, but Sima Xiao, who did not have the zero energy body, was in trouble. The energy of the blue sea continued to permeate into his body. What's wrong? Sima Xiao, who did not seem to care, was secretly tensed up. Upon hearing Tang Tian's sudden exclamation, a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Upon entering the blue sea, he and Nai Chiu had met with the same problem as Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao had Magatama's protection, but they did not. The two of them only persisted for half a day, and were on the verge of collapsing. But the two of them were extremely intelligent people, and were outstanding military generals, and knew how to use the power of an army. The two of them actually came up with a method to use an army to disperse the blue energy corrosion, but it was a method that could only be used by military generals with outstanding control auras. Don't tell me it's fake. Her exquisite appearance was beautiful to the point that she did not have any worldly aura, her eyes that were like jade, sparkling with light, and her red lips that were as moist as water. Her black hair that flowed like a waterfall hung down to her shoulders. The loose and elegant feather robe made her beautiful body faintly discernible. Her snow-white slender legs were like the most perfect work of art. With a red string tied around her ankles, she stood barefooted. The light needle was extremely strange, and he could not muster any strength. Not only was he unable to muster any strength, he could not even summon the devil flame. In his daze, Tang Tian faintly heard someone speaking. There seems to be a problem with Sexton's eye, the direction is not right. This idiot. Don't you feel that this brat fits the Shui family's requirements? Magatama floated by Sima Xiao's side, the gentle jade light aura enveloping Sima Xiao. The jade light entered Sima Xiao's body, and the indistinct blue color on his face gradually faded, and he regained his blood color. Even with Magatama's protection, Magatama still had to help Sima Xiao dissolve the blue sea energy in his body from time to time. Ha 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 ha, look, even the prisoner needle is unable to completely restrain him. What a good physique he has. His body is practically made of steel, he can definitely be sold for a good price. If any noble lady takes a liking to him, we can buy him back, hey. Tang Tian had a look of disdain. You are so reliant on Xiao Yu, you have no ambition. As a man, you have to be able to support the heavens and the earth. I have become a prisoner. Zhongli Bai frowned. In the 9 days of time, their journey was not short, but up till now, they had not encountered anything. There were no blue dwarfs, nor were there any forest of Empyrean ice tree spears. The vast blue sea was monotonous and dull. Hey, why are you so excited? Could it be an old flame? That makes sense. The Shui family has always been generous. If we can satisfy them, we will be rich. It will definitely be more profitable than selling it. Last time? Tang Tian thought for a moment. The last time we met with a storm, we were sent to the Red Grass Beach. Are you all right? Tang Tian looked at Sima Xiao, and could not help but ask. An unprecedented weakness enveloped Tang Tian, causing Tang Tian to feel that everything in front of him was swaying, and his consciousness was becoming blurry. There were a few times when Sima Xiao had the urge to transform himself into a zero-energy body. Every time that happened, his gaze would involuntarily turn to look at Magatama beside him. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's voice suddenly came out from the front. The boundless blue sea caused people to feel despair. When the tremors swept out, everyone could truly feel the terrifying might contained within. He seems to have a fever. Damn it, this fever came at a bad time. I heard that this time, there was an ice beauty, more than 10 people were fighting over her. Wang Mazi pushed her away. He definitely wanted to keep her for himself. I never thought that Miss Da Lin would appear. Wang Mazi's expression. A pity you didn't see it. Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian was thrown into a carriage. The struggle had exhausted all of his remaining strength. His face revealed an abnormal red color. He was in a daze, and his consciousness was blurry. The round-faced man had been guarding by his side the entire time, and was extremely careful. Tilda, do you think the storm is your family's carriage? Tilda Zhongli Bai also reacted, and immediately ordered. He was agitated, and struggled to stand up. Plop, just as he stood up, he fell to the ground. Tang Tian looked at the blue sea in front of him, his expression congealing. Just at that moment, an undetectable tremor came out from afar. What do? We are already at the door, we have to give it a try. If not, we will talk about it. Magatama's reaction was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she lowered her body and pounced onto Sima Xiao's back. She was like a soft water snake, coiling around Sima Xiao's body. Her flawless and beautiful face was buried in Sima Xiao's chest. The jade light around her suddenly erupted, enveloping the two of them. I'm fine. Sima Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His body had once again become warm and comfortable, and he could not help but sigh. Luckily we have our Xiao Yu. Tilda, everyone, please don't let anything happen to you. Tilda Goyu pursed her lips into a faint smile, her beauty unparalleled. He struggled to climb up, but suddenly realized that he was tied up tightly. His hands, legs and neck were all pierced with light needles. His entire body was limp, and he could not muster up any strength. Tang Tian felt that the sound was getting further and further away, his consciousness becoming more and more blurry, as though something was burning in his body. Sima Xiao's face was filled with happiness. You are envious. Living off a woman is not something you can do just because you want to. This is an ability, a super-grade spirit technique. Do you understand? 21 days. Nai Chiu said, because of his blindness, his grasp of time was extremely accurate, and was not affected by the outside world. What do? Qi Shangguan Sima Xiao scratched his chin. That woman is truly ferocious, but compared to Xiao Yu, she is still lacking. The path is not right. Sima Xiao was shocked. In such a godforsaken place, if the direction was wrong, it would be no different from seeking death. He swallowed his saliva. Didn't you guys leave from here the last time? Which path did Sexton's Eye bring you guys to? Sima Xiao had become the master of Scorpio constellation, and did not give up on the clan union, but instead swallowed the entire clan union. The unique spirit general fusion technique of the clan union was also inherited, and with Sima Xiao's support, it flourished and flourished. Go, let's go to the Shui family. The two of them anxiously carried Tang Tian, and walked out. Tang Tian wanted to struggle, but he could not muster up any strength. Everyone looked at each other. Amidst the ear-splitting rumbling sounds, only Tang Tian's excited voice could be heard. The storm is here. Let's go. Everyone had just finished preparing, when the surging gigantic waves crashed down, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. In front of the might of the heavens and earth, a single person's strength was minuscule and insignificant, regardless of whether it was Sima Xiao or Magatama who were entangled together, or the Null Division who had formed a defensive formation. They were all like withered leaves that were gently blown away. How many days have we been walking for? Zhongli Bai asked. His expression was extremely cautious, not daring to relax at all. The buzzing vibrations enveloped everyone, causing their expressions to change at the same time.